A very good morning to all. I would like to welcome our honorable keynote speaker of our conference, Ms. Chinmoy Pandey, Senior Supply Chain Transformation Leader, IBM Raleigh, North Carolina, United States of America, to deliver her keynote speech. Before this, here is a short biography for her. Chinmoy as Sanyal Deshpande is a global digital strategy business technologies cognitive transformation leader specializing in emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, AI, IoT, etc. She is a passionate about creating business value, managing risk, and building competitive advantages. Her unique combination of hands-on strategy, planning, business operations, and IT expertise generates impactful solutions that maximize excellence. Colleagues describe her as collaborative leader who derives innovation and inspires excellence, orchestrate change initiative and associated strategies shifts for a Fortune 100 company with a 3 years 70 digital transformation roadmap featuring integrated business and technology plans. Currently, Chinmoy is a global supply chain digitalization and hyper automation champion with IBM's system supply chain transformation organization leading strategy and cognitive process knowledge along with the research of market trends to help and advise in the term to formulate a forward-looking organization focused on IBM supply chain transformation, vision, strategy, and structure, analyzing business issues and formulating hypotheses to determine appropriate solution with a focus on next generation supply chain operation, which provides improvements across many areas of IBM's value chain, leveraging IBM Cloud Packs, Cloud, Watson AI, low code, no code platforms, and hyper automation tools, leading into building intelligent workflows and ecosystems. She also brings a wealth of strategy and cognitive AI ML process knowledge along with her research of market trends to help and advise them to formulate a forward-looking organization focused on transformation, vision, strategy, and structure. She holds master's and bachelor's degree in computer science, a MBA from Jack Welch Management Institute, Six Sigma Black Belt, and PMP certification, MIT Sloan certificate in AI and strategy implementation, and is a certified program manager from a Stanford University and recognized as the recipient of the highest recognition from IBM Supply Chain Professional, the SCMP Thought Leader Recognition, IBM 2021. Here I invite Chinmoy Deshpande to move forward for the presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let me share. Tell me if you can see my screen.
Conference.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Let me reduce this. All right. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Like I was introduced, my name is Chinmoy Deshpande, and I'm a cognitive global digital transformation strategy leader, specializing in emerging technologies. On behalf of RIT Roorkee and IFERP and the organizers, I warmly welcome and express my gratitude to all the eminent dignitaries, keynote speakers, session chairs, presenters, delegates, and attendees. Welcome to the second day of the International Virtual Global Conference on the Future Road of Multidisciplinary Streams, ICFMRS-2022. I would like to extend a special thanks to Dr. Madhavendra Saxena for inviting me, Shushmita and Karthik for the coordination, and I hope everyone is enjoying this remarkable global immersive experience and thought leadership. I know I enjoyed some of the speeches yesterday. All right. So as you can see, I will share the slide deck with the organizers, and if you ever want to reach me, my information is here. I'm happy to provide advisory or or just have conversations with anybody, right? I enjoy networking. So moving on. So today we are going to talk about hyperautomation. I'll build it up to hyperautomation, and it's a strategy for the enhancement of automation in I4.0. All right. So let's begin by first defining the multidisciplinary mindset. What is it, right? French novelist Marcel Proust once said, "The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeing new sights, but in looking with new eyes." Leonardo da Vinci said something similar. To develop a complete mind, study the science of art, study the art of science, learn how to see, realize that everything connects to everything else. Sounds familiar, right? And said so long ago. And here in the world of Industry 4.0 and Internet of Things, I believe multidisciplinary thinking is what allows us to see with new eyes, or probably a thought process to step back and have a bigger picture. The idea of interconnectedness, to see each problem through a variety of lenses and possible options, is just what we need more than a deep understanding of just one discipline. We need a working knowledge, a domain knowledge of many disciplines, and an understanding of how they interact with each other, how they collaborate with each other. That's when we see the difference between solving problems with a single hammer versus solving them with a dynamic and expansive cognitive toolkit. The recollection, if you looked in the bottom, right? A simple example, right? The recollection of, especially for us living outside of India, right? A recollection of scent memories, whether it's a cup of ginger cardamom tea, your mother's perfume, or even the faint whiff of wet soil after the first spring rain of a monsoon. A particular scent conjures up a certain experience, time, or place, right? So that's how, you see it's all connected. And with that thought, let's move on to the next thing that is very important for multidisciplinary, situations here with AI and I4.0, right? Problem solving, right? Problem resolution. See, this is part of our DNA, right? Crying is a problem-solving tool or a signal to get parents' attention to take care of babies' needs. Parents, on the other hand, learn how to interpret they are the intelligence who learn how to interpret the signal and resolve the issue, and learn from different situations what the baby really needs, right? So you know exactly what's bothering them. So you see, it's part of our DNA. If you go down to the next picture there, in ancient days, humans discovered the ability to control fire. It was used to resolve life-threatening problems by chasing away wild animals and to cook healthier and better tasting food. Now, this fire also led to forging of tools and laid the foundation for the Industrial Revolution. Later, fire would be the most important invention for multidisciplinary problem solving. So you see, industries are propelled to develop new and innovative products at a faster rate to gain competitive advantage in the market. It is quite evident that the solutions and products being developed in Industry 4.0 environments are more complex and highly multidisciplinary. This requires latest development in modern engineering disciplines, one of the most important being inventive problem solving. If the challenge exists, so must the solution. The basis for continuous improvement, better communication, and learning is a source of every invention. Problem solving is essential to engineering. Engineers are always looking for innovative improvements. So here's an analogy, right? Many engineering problems that arise have actually already been solved in another context or situation. Yesterday, as I was listening, to my peer keynote speakers and to some of the other speakers, you could actually take some of those solutions and you could apply it to a different vertical, right? So rather than starting from scratch, let's use the principle of abstraction. Let's think about that, and see if the problem has been solved elsewhere in an analogous situation, right? For example, what is the connections between logistics, DNA sequencing, astronomy, airline routing, manufacturing, materials handling? They are all part, they can all be solved with the traveling salesman problem, right? Ultimately, it's all a network. You're trying to optimize the route. That's how beautiful this is, right? It's like a combustion engine. You can, literally apply it to different contexts, right? That's why it's multidisciplinary. So let's move on. So with those two important things, let's also talk a little bit about the Industrial Revolution. I know you all probably already have been through this many times, but I love this slide, right? Let's again kind of revisit it. So Industry 1.0 was marked by mechanization that occurred during the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly in Europe and North America. Introduction of mechanical production facilities driven by water and steam power, steam engine replacing the horse and human power, brought people and things efficiently from place to place, from the late 1800s to the start of the First World War. Then electrification, they brought about Industry 2.0. Electricity brought power to a large mass of people. Division of labor and mass production enabled by electricity, production of steel, electricity, combustion engines, all mark this phase of the Industrial Revolution. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
I heard something, sorry. All right, automation and globalization enabled Industry 3.0. Computers, digitization, and the internet enabled Industry 3.0 digital revolution around 1980s. Many of us have lived through that era, right? Now, automation of production through, in fact, automation of production through electronic and IT system and the underlying networking around it enabled the advances for Industry 3.0, right? Now, connected devices and networks and bringing on the digital revolution and foundation of Industry 4.0. This revolution will continue to enable the convergence and acceleration between industries, even those not traditionally in tech. Industry 4.0 is enabled by digitalization, right? Not digitalization, AI, robots, IoT, blockchain, crypto, robotics, augmented reality, virtual reality. I think I heard pretty much all of these being touched on yesterday, right? Everybody had touched it in some way or form. This relies heavily on advances in AI. The success of AI depends on how much we can make machine mimic human skill and thinking. So this is a multidisciplinary domain combining multiple disciplines like engineering, psychology, philosophy with computer science. Now, hyperautomation is the capacity to incorporate humans in the digitalizing process. Hyperautomation may bring people together with technology and people working side by side with technology and working together. Companies see these advances of machines, material, procedures, and people merging. It has prompted migration to hyperautomation as part of the transformation towards Industry 4.0. And I will touch on hyperautomation in detail further down the line and on future slides. But Industry 4.0 benefits from the interconnected data and communication opportunities that hyperautomation will bring. In the digital facility, IoT and edge computing are used to link devices to network. The digital design process is extended to include engineers, manufacturers, enhanced virtual reality technologies. The next level of smart automation is hyperautomation, friends, which essentially involves end-to-end process automation with minimum human interaction, opens up a new space for quick and clever automation across a variety of applications. Now, let me touch a little bit of Industry 5.0 before we leave this topic. Industry 5.0 has already started. It has begun to emerge, starting the second decade of the 21st century. This revolution is all around personalization. Deep, multi-level cooperation between people and machines, consciousness, innovation, purpose, and inclusivity. This is a whole new game. Paving innovations are drawing humans and machines together more than ever. Industry 5.0 is actually the reintroduction of humans and minds into the industrial structure. Here, humans and machines reconcile and collaborate to benefit from the new production efficiencies that Industry 4.0 brought to us. Industry 4.0 and 5.0 both rely heavily in advances in artificial intelligence. And the success of AI, again, to recap, depends on how much we can make machine mimic human skills and thinking. This is a multidisciplinary domain involving other disciplines, again, like engineering, psychology, philosophy, apart from computer science. I want to reiterate that, right? All right. Having established that, let's move on to now the context that I'm presenting here today is the supply chain, right? The digital supply chain, that's what I work. See, the thing is, for me, I'm domain averse. Digitalization is domain averse. This is such a transferable skill, right? It's like a combustion engine. Couple of years back, I was digitalizing, intellectual capital for Cisco. Today, I'm in the supply chain. I used to be in supply chain. Then I was in the environment area for some years. So, doing the same thing really, and literally learning from here and applying it there. So it's beautiful. Now, let's look at this. I only want to focus on that one box, right? Which is the industry 4.0 piece, because that's the context here. So the advancement, all these are very familiar to you. So what are the advancements today that are, helping us in this bucket? Accessibility to data, mobility of devices and robots, simulations leveraging hardware and software, the digital twins, innovations on the edge, advanced connectivity, storage on the cloud and devices, all of this 5G, these are all enabling us, right? Autonomous mobile robots and their varied applications are transforming the landscape of warehouse automation by making fulfillment process more efficient and reliable. Advancement in computer vision, new safety paradigms and powerful algorithms makes mobile robotics a multidisciplinary field that requires an extensive understanding of a motor driver system, distributed controls, networking, wireless communication, and AI. Preparing so yesterday I heard a very interesting presentation on somebody who said, I forget the name, but it was about how do we improve our education system, right, to prepare the next generation. Folks, I think that was a very valuable conversation. I completely second it. Preparing the inventors of tomorrow. Today, educate students about robotics, about AI, for large-scale warehouse automation, because we are moving into large scale now. Giving them an overview of the different types of sensing technologies, control methods used in industrial robotic systems. And thus, there is a need for building a resource pool for the massive opportunity that Industry 4.0 and 5.0 and AI holds for us. So that is all I'll say about this one, and then I will move on to, let's kind of think about a little bit before we move on. Let's think about what is a digital supply chain, right? A digital supply chain is an intelligent, value-driven network that leverages new techniques and methods with data analytics to create value and revenue. It's a mouthful, but as you can see, it has so many personas, right? It's very complex. It has the supplier, the factory, the distributor, the sales, the retailer, service, enterprise systems, all connected. And then it also connects to the cloud, data, social media, mobile, and the center of all that is the customer. It's all about the customer. The four primary areas, there are other areas, the four primary areas where we look at strategy, whether the most gains is digital planning, digital supply, digital manufacturing, and digital logistics. All right. So that's the digital supply chain. Now let's think about the capabilities that is enabling our digital supply chain, right? So all of these are very familiar. Again, we all touched on it on different presentations yesterday, right? People talked about digital twin. I don't recall blockchain, but AR, VR was touched. Somebody talked about laser, IoT, edge. So all of this, what is happening, right? What is happening is that use cases are emerging, right, in the supply chain or manufacturing arena. Let me give you an example of some of the cutting edge capabilities driving the next level of innovation around digital supply chain. A lot of you may be familiar with carbon neutral technology. This would help more efficiently and effectively support manufacturing goals. AR, VR immersion solutions leveraged by field service engineers to more efficiently serve customers with personalized solutions and from a distance, right? So we can retain more people, or, as we are losing people in this economy, right? Lean manufacturing solutions, which helps develop supply chain resilience and even at times make qualified projections for future needs. Industrial automation solutions, which are seamless and integrated, which helps us respond better. Proactive waste management, planning across manufacturing process. I think the first keynote, doctor, he spoke about water, right? That is another thing, right? That is also very, very imperative to our manufacturing process to understand those metrics. ML solution, machine learning solutions, which make projections based on past data trends. So we can be more intelligently, be predictive about what could happen, before it happens. Now, hyperautomation uses AI and machine learning to construct digital twins, essentially virtual replicas of processes or tangible assets. Digital twins are monitored by network-centered sensors and other devices which collect mountains of data. That is the gold. That is today's fuel, and their state and condition. The opportunities and challenges are mind-boggling. But core to our success is the ability to, and this is very important, bridge silos and collaborate within and across teams, organizations, and industries. And you as educators, you have those connections. You can help educate them that this is what they need to do. They need to jointly create, and they need to leverage educational institutions. And we are leveraging at IBM. We work with a lot of different institutions. We jointly create, strategies, which create the infrastructure to enable innovation and the platform for collaboration. Focus on short term, but ensure that we are looking at long-term growth. Work with organizations to do the right social, environmental, political, economic thing by and for others, and invest in the people and leaders who will bring it all together. The bottom line is, folks, that the customers are demanding efficient and effective manufacturing today to provide the high quality customized solutions they need to live and work and thrive. The winners are organizations and leaders who can collaborate with others to best serve them. With that, let's kind of quickly look at some of, and I won't spend too much time on this. The slides will be shared, but let's just look at some of the top ones. Right, this is a survey done by Supply Chain Management World. When I was at Cisco, I had seen this, but there are primarily 4 areas, right, of IoT technologies: analytics, automations, connectivity, and mobile. These are the 4 areas, and if you look at the top 3 or 4, you'll see how they directly relate to what we are about to, what we have delved into with this conversation, right? Big data, factory automation, connectivity, mobile, RFID, these are all enablers, right? IoT technology that enable our digital manufacturing. And I'll move on in the interest of time to the next one. Now, these are some use cases, right? A lot of these use cases again was touched on, right? Our keynote speaker prior to me talked about some self-driving cars, right? Trucks, similar situation, right? Somebody talked about, predictive maintenance. Sensors was brought up in conversation. Control tower, very important trend. So all of these trends, are coming up. And if you can see, this aligns with that diagram we had before, right? Really we are moving more towards wide automation with control towers, with multi-echelon inventory optimizations and integrated business planning. Everything is now widely spun, like it's more holistic, right? So these are some of the trends, and I won't say everything. Drone is a very important one, but let's move forward. Let's see what is driving our change in priorities. Today's supply chain after COVID, after the Russia-Ukraine war, we have had, just to name 2, right? There's been, at least I would say, we can quickly ramble up 20 different situations that has happened last year. Supply chain is hurting. Nobody knew about supply chain before this, right? All of a sudden, everybody knows about supply chain. Because now everybody wants to innovate to drive profits. We want to build more transparency to our supply chain. We want to have an improved global supply chain. It has become very global, more than ever. Operations and management. We want to make it more efficient. We want to improve our workforce productivity and efficiency. After COVID, we have a huge problem with inflation and losing people. Right? We want to improve the agility, response time, reduce downtime. Improve inventories, controls. New product introduction. We want to become better at it, right? We want to have better product quality. Everybody wants more now, right? We want prescriptive and predictive insights. We want to leverage the power of data and AI, and we want end-to-end real-time visibility and metrics. Guys, we want a lot, right? This is not even a comprehensive list. Customers are asking for too much. So but we have to deliver because the customer is right. So let's look at the digital supply chain footprint. This is a very complex diagram. I made this deliberately, right? I want to show you how complex it is, all this network, right? This is global, by the way, folks, right? We are talking about multiple suppliers, multiple customers. This is a many-to-many relationship here, right? So when we look at an integrated supply chain strategy, really the key things that I'm focusing on right now is, because we cannot boil the ocean. So I'm looking at supply chain optimization. I'm looking at demand forecasting planning. We are looking at, performance simulation. We are looking at multi-tier supply. This is a big one, the multi-tier supply visibility, because right now, part shortage, end-to-end part shortage, and, sourcing, everything has become so difficult. Many of you must be aware of that. Business process reengineering and, intelligent workflows. digital capabilities that are helping with all of that is with the analytics, giving us the power of analytics is the connectivity through all these devices, right? The omni-channel devices, intelligent analytics, and what we are here to talk about today is hyper automation in the bottom right, right? So with that, let's kind of I want to show you one more thing after this before we jump right in. But here, this is as you can see, this is with AI ML algorithms, right? Just to give you an idea, right, how it's all happening. Over here in the supply chain context, we have companies that give us all this data. This is just a list, small list, but we get all this external data that feeds in. And then we have the transformation data, that is our data, any company's internal supply chain data, right? All these things feeds in. There are perception and recognition algorithms that are constantly reading this. And then there are decision-making algorithms that are sitting in the center. Look how complex that is. And they are all, this is very small. So when I send it, you can zoom in and see, how many different algorithms can play with each other to, for us, and which humans cannot possibly do. This is all AI-based algorithms, right? Let me give you a very simple example, right? In a manufacturing site, right, when we are manufacturing parts, right, there is, humidity, temperature, these things matter, right? So using physics-based simulations of temperature-driven discrete manufacturing processes, data scientists can build AI models and algorithms that self-play against environmental factors, product variability, and properties. Process engineers can collaborate with data scientists to simulate the real world and provide levers that show how these conditions impact the manufacturing process. With AI placed into the process loops, its algorithms can fine-tune a machine's soaking time based on telemetry data. Telemetry is another huge thing, right? For this to be enabled, to be successful. It has been, even if technicians initially set those values based on notifications to move a knob, in this reduced order modeling approach, physics-based AI models learn from the physics first and then apply the ML-informed decisions to help the processes adjust the soak time for factors like humidity and temperature, thus accelerating the process or increasing the product quality as dictated by business metrics and goals. This is just one example. Imagine how many possibilities lie out there based on what we have shared together so far, right? Now let's now deep dive. Now I want to spend the next section to talk about hyperautomation, right? We have established supply chain and some of the mindsets, and I talked about Industry 4.0. Let's talk about now, jump right into hyperautomation. So as you can see, Gartner's top strategic tech trends, right? This is for 2021, but 2022 also hyperautomation was on the top. I like this, the new chart. I like this one because the pie shows me the enablers, right? But as you can see, Gartner's top strategic trend highlight 10 trends that have transformation potential. And hyperautomation is on the top of the list. And it has been trending at an unrelenting pace over the past few years. Organizations are under competitive pressures for efficiency, efficacy, business agility, resiliency, also familiar terms to all of us, right? And they're forcing organizations to address it, right? If I may draw your attention to the key technology enablers for hyperautomation, it may be a little hard to see from a distance. Shall spell it out for you, right? You can see in dark blue highlighted circles over there. Those are NLP, low-code application platforms, intelligent applications, and augmented intelligence. Now at IBM, we have a leverage because IBM has been leading in that space for years, right, in AI space. So it has a leverage because we are ahead of the curve with solutions like CloudPack, Hybrid Cloud, Watson AI, etc. But not to mention the entire industry is activated right now. So IBM is not the only one. There are lots of solutions out there, right? So on the next slide, let's take a little deeper dive into this concept, right? Before I go into the definition, let's talk about the term automation. Now, the term automation has been used for over 5 decades. And by the way, hyperautomation was introduced by Wipro. Nobody knows about that. But Gartner quickly saw the value in that and coined that term and called it hyperautomation. It was their way of creating a common currency for discussion to showcase that now there is something new and different. But before we define hyperautomation, I would just like to establish a few key concepts. Hyperautomation is the technical enablement of intelligent workflows. Additionally, I want to emphasize that hyperautomation is not about technology, product, or services. It is not another software. It is a design pattern. It is a strategy. It calls for a holistic approach from the start to the finish to achieve a future-proof model of augmenting, not replacing human strategic thinking and work. So Let's go to the definition. I'll just speak out the bold ones, right? It's business driven. It's a disciplined approach. It's an orchestrated use of multiple technology, complementary sets of tools or platforms, and that combination that can integrate functional and process silos to automate and augment business processes. Now let's think about what are the three things that set aside hyperautomation from historic automation, because I'm sure a lot of you are thinking about that, right? That this is, and some people would call it, automation on steroids. It's a fair description, right? First, hyperautomation, it represents a shift to a fully integrated approach, an evolution from a simple task automation, like single task automation, to a more sophisticated process and ecosystem automation. Second, hyperautomation brings a highly dynamic aspect to automation, which is more adaptable, resilient, and very important, responsible to variabilities. Regular automation cannot respond to variabilities. And folks, as we move towards wider, we span our net wider, variabilities increase, right? We all have experienced that mostly, right? Third, hyperautomation increasingly uses AI, supporting the dynamic needs of automation and extending the types of possible automation. It really opens us up for a lot of different types of automation, right? So let's look at the next slide quickly. And I'm going a little fast. I hope I'm not too fast. So hyperautomation toolbox, it's a complementary suite of solutions, right? Hyperautomation initiatives, like any idea, begins with a strategic planner, a blueprint. We create a blueprint that is put in place in the very beginning. It is essential to define the business objective and understand what processes are to be worked upon. You do not start executing. It is very important that we start respecting the strategy, process, and planning. In what priority, the scope of it, everything has to be defined in that blueprint, because digital ambitions can cost you a fortune if they go wrong. And as you go wider, the cost is higher, so you cannot take too much risk, right? So we need to make sure that, we do this right. Now, it can also make us a fortune if we do it right. So, therefore, we want to do it right. So, therefore, we want to set a digital vision first, right? We want to understand whether to transform, it's not everything should be transformed. We need to understand whether we should transform, optimize, or leave the process under question uninterrupted. Revenue, cost, risk also play a vital role here. However, a clear understanding of the use cases for optimizing the processes is of importance. This can be achieved by focusing on understanding how smart your process can be. Scaling the core processes and enhancing these processes with structured and standardized data inputs and decision intelligence that I shared in the earlier slides, is so important. Once we have the plan ready, it's then time to go through this petal and identify the tools and technologies that would get us to the expected output as per the defined objective. What hyperautomation does, it creates, as you can see on each petal, these are, one words, right? But there's a lot behind each of these petals, right? So hyperautomation creates a backbone of automation tools that work together. That's the difference, right? It's not just this or that. You will pick more than one. Couple of different options to transform your business process, deliver reliable, scalable outcomes, and an optimum combination of this tool would be required per the use case and per the business objective, right? So process mining and task mining tools, low code, no code tools, platform as a service, decision management, AI, machine learning, NLP, virtual agents, chatbots, all these terms you have heard, they all kind of, play together in hyperautomation. Now, let's look at I think I went ahead, sorry. Let's look at the path to hyperautomation, right? This is Gartner, this is one of the original slides of Gartner when they introduced hyperautomation. And this is a loaded slide. It looks very simple, but it's loaded. So I'm going to speak a little bit on this one. So what is the path to hyperautomation, which is the how, right? So this illustration outlines the various components of hyperautomation. This includes discovery, analysis, design automation, measurement, monitoring, reassessing, you name it, right? All of this is embedded in here, believe it or not. Organizations have, today's organization, what has happened over the years, since our digital revolution started Industry 3.0, before Industry 3.0, what we have done is, as organizations, we have extensive and expensive set of business processes. These are underpinned by a patchwork of technologies, too many technologies that are often not optimized. They are not, they're not lean, not connected, not consistent, not explicit. What does that do? That leads into collective debt. That debt can be technical debt, process debt, data debt, architecture, talent, security, social learning, you name it, right? So how do we solve that? Our human problem solving that I discussed earlier immediately tells us, okay, now let's start an initiative, right? So often disparate and siloed initiatives are started, which are aimed at applying some kind of automation across the fabric to solve this particular problem. We don't want to do that. We want to move away from the task-based automation. We want to do process-based automation. Or why not just do, automate number of tasks in a process? Let's move on further. Let's become more ambitious and go to functional automation across multiple processes. And after that, let's even move further and take all these islands of process automation and go towards business ecosystem level automation. So really, as the breadth of automation is expanding, we are going forward with hyper-automation because our regular tools cannot sustain that because it's too big. So we were when we started doing automation, we were not successful in pure task automation using RPA. Again, because of the variability of processes. So we realized we must deliver end-to-end automation. We have to look beyond RPA. We have to combine those petals, right, and complementary technologies to augment our business processes. Now, we cannot go away from RPA. RPA is the foundation layer upon which everything is built. The intelligent automation, hyper-automation, everything is built on RPA. RPA, along with business process management tools, AI analytics, as you go down here, right, from the left to the right, the breadth of the automation is changing, right? This is narrow automation, this is broad automation. So this type of framework lends itself to a more complex interaction of various AI technologies like OCR, IDP, NLP. They interact with data from the company and metadata in a way that the way the company routes work and processes information. To summarize, intelligent automation is a powerful combination of RPA and AI. Hyper-automation takes the concept of intelligent automation and extends it to include additional applications. When the organization has automated as many tasks and processes as possible, it becomes much easier to develop reliable end-to-end processes, support new or evolving business goals, to respond to COVID, to respond to the Ukraine war. We are not siloed anymore. We are connected. It's all flowing, right? So this is so imperative given the nature of what we are seeing today in outside of us, right? So by coordinating this range of tools with a single unified solution, we are able to quickly react to these sort of evolving business needs and market demands. So folks, that is the gist of hyperautomation. Now on the next slide, let's kind of look at the hyperautomation spectrum. This brings everything we discussed so far together, right? A visual, right? Task to business operations creation, orchestration to that, we are going from narrow to broad. And degree of automation is going from routine to dynamic. The variability of processes is increasing, and the risk. And we have to look at the risk reward, the business stakeholder impact, and and then decide what tools we are using. How we look at a workflow, and that's how we kind of figure it out, right? And there is a lot more tools which we don't have time right now here, but that goes behind this to evaluate, right? So I want to spend a little bit of time, with a real example, right? This is an inbound material tracker. This was a POC we did for hyperautomation. It is very simple but pretty powerful, right? To demonstrate hyperautomation. This is an AI and hybrid cloud-driven end-to-end hyperautomation for touchless POs, right? What was happening is, and this is probably if you take a scenario where the truck builds, today we build mainframes or whatever, right? So the truck brings our parts, after the part comes, we know the driver, we have a good relationship with the driver, we offer him a cup of tea, we go through, the list, and we actually annotate everything, we tally it, right? We admit and acknowledge the parcels, then we, we extract the data, then we go see what was ordered. Now, not all the parts have arrived, right? We are still missing a few parts, so we cannot close this yet. We have to keep it open, and then again, when it comes, we decrement it, and then we put a label, then dispatch it, put it it on a shelf, somebody picks it up, there is absolutely zero visibility, right? So it's blind until it arrives. Standard RPA is unusable because there's variability and in the PO and airway bill formats. Every airway bill and PO comes in a different format, right? So RPA cannot deal with that. We have manual intensive transactions, right, in the identification, verification, counting. We have no dashboard. We have lack of master data, low data transparency, suboptimal customer. If the customer is escalating, we cannot tell them where it is, right? Because we have no visibility. So there's delays, subsequent escalation, cost of escalation is very high, by the way, and dependency on human intellectual capital, that is becoming expensive. There is a labor shortage right now. And then lack of leverage for automation enhancements and scaling. So how do we solve that, right? On the next slide, you will see this is the architecture. So in this architecture, I think it's a little hard to see. So when I send it, I'll read you through it. So what we are doing is we are using OCR. So this is a hyper automation happening, right? So we are using OCR, Cloud Paks OCR for IBMs. And the OCR now, what it does is it polls, right? So we have, our Geodis and Nippons of the world, or FedExes, send their PO bill number on, digitally to us. As soon as it enters the email or box, wherever we ask them to keep it, immediately the RPA is polling it, it picks it up, and then, it uses the green box is a AI ML asset, which is microservices based, and it picks it up, and then it also uses data cap, which is our intelligent data extraction platform, right? And it kind of tallies it, and it has learned. We have taught it, right? So the extraction of invoices, it's a great example, because in this scenario, that bot will take that AI microservices, which is trained on that particular format. So whatever formats we can expect, even there are multiple formats from the same supplier, right? So we train the data cap on different formats, right? And then that digital intelligent extraction data cap takes that and moves it into, after extracting it, moves it into a Postgres database. Folks, we just converted unstructured data to structured data. That is gold. We just did gold mining there, right? So all these process stages is happening, and then, you can use JSON, you can use any container to pull that data. What we have is a cognitive advisor, which is kind of a control tower sort of thing. So we move it there. Once we have that, we can marry it with so many different kinds of data, right? It becomes data with data, it's very powerful, right? So now with this particular example, we are becoming touchless by 70%. We are improving our arrival visibility by 90%. We are improving process efficiency by 30%. We are improving predictability by 50%. And we are creating a reusable architecture, which, by the way, can now not only be shared with other manufacturing sites. Geodis and Nippon are interested in leveraging this now, right? So we are doing client zero and also able to go to clients with it. So, so this is the kind of, things we are doing, and I will share this with you. There's a rocks cluster and all of that defined here. For those who are inclined, you can take a look at it, but I'll move on, right? So there are some powerful metrics here. Again, in the interest of time, I won't go through everything, but on the top, you can see, right, 675% ROI. There's a company called Salient Process. They are using, they're our partners. They're using our Cloud Pak platform. And they kind of go and they do custom projects for different customers like Walmart, big customers, right? And they are hyper automating their workflows and processes and everything. And PNC Bank, for example, 80% reduction in loan applications requiring manual review, 90% decrease in process completion date. These are powerful metrics, folks. So, again, a lot of information here. I won't go through everything. You can take a look at it once you have this to the slides, but you get the idea, right? All right. So this is my last slide, I promise. So Warren G. Bennis, he's a pioneer in leadership studies. He famously wrote, and look, I just wrote his quote as is, okay? I would like to believe that the woman is doing something more important, right? While the man is with the dog. So anyway, he says the factory of the future will have only two employees, a man and a dog. The man will be there to feed the dog. The dog will be there to keep the man from touching the equipment. I don't know. That seems like a science fiction reality. We have a long way to go before we get there. And I hope we don't get there. I like us to have that, Industry 5.0 relationship, where we are working together with the machine and, the AI and others are enabling us rather than taking us over, right? But, it was a funny quote. I love this quote, so I shared that with you. All right. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for giving me the honor and opportunity to be part of this distinguished gathering and inviting me as a keynote speaker, listening to all of the presenters and my fellow keynote speakers. I am truly humbled to be here because I am so small compared to all of the work that all of you are doing, right? I wish everyone the best today and looking forward to a very successful, insightful event today. And with that, I would like to thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Chinmoy Estes Pandey, for sharing your great knowledge with us. That was really an amazing speech. Now, if anyone has any question, they can ask.
There is one question that is a hyper automations. We are just amazing how the things are going in globally. Can be the part of your hyper automation in India or Uttarakhand?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Can you as an institute be part of it? Is that your question?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
How
there is a
will
whole department that that does inductions. Right now, we are working with Columbia University, UPenn University, University of Tennessee, and one more university. And the Pennsylvania, the Penn State University is the one of the biggest initiatives. I can check with them and see if at least maybe students the opportunity to give you some problems. We can talk offline about this, Madhavendra.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're
Very
welcome.
nice presentation.
I hope I energized everyone to start thinking in this direction. And I would really like, you all are in a powerful position to start grooming, our children for, with better presentation skills, with better knowledge of this wide spectrum that is coming their way, the tsunami that's coming their way, right? I really count on all of you, with this presentation that you will start thinking about improving, including these kind of things in your curriculum. We really need to get our students ready for this. Anybody else? And look, I'm very approachable. Anybody feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Just remind me that you saw my presentation, so I know where I get a lot of solicitation. I don't accept them, but just let me know who you are. Introduce yourself and connect with me, and I'm happy to connect and answer any questions, or one-on-one, or even guide you, students, anybody. So with that, thank you so much. I don't want to take up the time. I'm looking forward to more interesting thought leadership today. If no other questions, then back to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Now it's time for the tea break. I would like to request all our guests to move towards the break. We will resume here at 11:30 a.m. Thank you.
We do
Welcome back. Now we are entering in the first session of today. The session chair for the first technical session is Dr. Madhavendra Saxena, Professor of Mechanical Engineering Department. Moving on to our first author of this technical session, as I'm going to invite Kalpesh Joshi to come on board to present a paper titled on Railway Unreserved Ticketing System. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
So, hello, sir.
Mr. Kalpesh, you can start now.
Actually, ma'am, he's a professor. So, on behalf of him, I'm going to present. I'm the group member of them.
धीरज पवारचं चालू आहे मेन्शन चाय धीरज पवार रिचा महाजनसोबत असतो तेव्हा दीदीचा मित्र
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, should I start?
yes, you can please.
Uh, so hello, we are going to present our topic, that is Railways Unresolved Ticketing System. Shown there is errors. So I'm moving towards we are the group members. Myself, Dheeraj Pawar, the student of VIT Pune from the Department of Engineering, Science and Humanities. So these are our group members, and Professor Kalpesh Joshi, our project guide. He is also from the Department of Engineering, Science and Humanities from VIT Pune. So this is a abstract of our project, that is Railways Annual System aims to address the issue of overcrowding and long queues encountered at railway ticketing booking offices. Because of long lines, we have to spend a lot of times uh, waiting in that queues, and there is a good chances that we will miss our train. So we intend to address that this issue by developing a website for booking unreserved tickets. The customer simply enters the origin and destination of his trip and reserves one unreserved ticket number on the ticket. So there is also the option of a cancelling ticket while traveling. Customers can order delicious food at their berth. Customers can also book platform tickets from his location. And for all front-end work, we have used HTML, Tailwind, CSS, and VS Code. And Python is used for backend, and the database called XAMPP is also used for storing all data. So description, the mainly feature of our website will be to book an unreserved ticket from anywhere. The additional features we will be providing to the user, that will be to order a food while they're traveling, to reserve platform tickets, and to cancel ticket. There would be the option of money wallet also, where user can store his some amount of money to book his ticket. I Then moving towards the results, these are some the screenshots uh, of our project, of our website. That first one is the homepage, where you can see the options that he can book the ticket or he can cancel. Then you have to first login page and register page. If a user is new on your website, he need to register, and if he is a part already a registered user, then he cannot simply log in. We have also given the steps that how to book a ticket. Then moving towards conclusion, our website was established in response to with the UTS app, which is also one of the platform to book and reserve ticket system, but which is not fulfilling the needs of users. So we tackling problem, and we also tackling the problem overcrowding that we face at the ticket encounters. We are confident that we will satisfy the majority of customers with our service. Then these are some research papers we have taken for reference as our project. And thank you.
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
This, yeah, the initiative is very good, concept is very good, but it
Yes,
is
sir.
your website is to be the authorized price to the railway department.
Yes, in future we are working. The project is still in the developing mode. If we are getting chance to get, so we are contacting to railway administration for authorization of this.
Okay, so
Because
how many? Yes, that is a good initiative. Then how many students are working on that area?
sir, yes,
Your
can you
top.
repeat?
How many students are working in this project?
Sir, we are total five members, and one is our project guy who is also helping us for this project.
Okay, six is there, but I think there is only one and two who are really acting on this website.
Uh, and no, sir, we all are active on this website.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalpesh Joshi.
Thank you, ma'am.
It will be my honor to invite Ankita A. Gaikwad on board to present the paper titled On Resume Builder. So kindly turn on your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
ma'am. I hope, ma'am, I'm audible and visible.
Yeah, everything is fine.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just share my screen. Hello, ma'am. Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment. So, hello everyone. My name is Ankita Gaikwad, and I'm from Vishwakarma Institutes of Technology, Pune. Today, I'll be presenting on Resume Builder. This was one of our projects that we did in our third semester. So these are the members of our group which we worked on. So biography, we are a total of 4 students that are working on this project. Including our guide, Ms. Pooja Solke. We have other members from our project. We have Dipti Deshpande, Vedant Deshpande, Siddhi Dhumar, and myself. So talking about my project, what we have done actually. So it is just a simple basic prototype that we have created about building a resume. So what intention was behind this project was we figured out that a lot of students, they are facing a difficulty of making a proper resume to apply for different companies, and not a single student was aware of what type of resume he or she had to build and what criteria they have to fill to apply for that particular company. So this was the idea behind it. So considering that, we have used for this project, we have used to create an attractive interface. We have used Swing, which is a graphical user interface that is used to create a Windows-based Java application, while we have also used JDBC, which will help us to write the Java application and programming the activities. So what JDBC is a Java API database that will allow you to link a database and run a query on it, accessing tabular data kept in a relational database using the JDBC API. And we may store that data and update and remove and get data from the database with the aid of JDBC API. So this was this. And the description about our project is like, there are 3 stages of building a project. First, it was creating the API, creating the graphical user interface for the users to connect with it. The second thing was we had to give commands. We have to design the how we wanted to go about it. And the third thing was we wanted to connect all the data that the user had in the graphical user interface, the user inputs, the whatever data the user gives us. The data is reserved in a form of a database. That is what we wanted to do. So Swing is where we used Swing to do the interface, and we have used different relevance ranking algorithm to so if the user wants to search it according to a name. So this was the interface of the resume builder, where the user can input his informations and the work experience and whatever the qualification he has. So after that, he can save his resume according to whatever information he has built. He can also give a profile picture for it, and we can generate the CV. And after this generation, the CV gets stored in the form of PDF in the location that we have allocated to it. So getting to the conclusion of the project is, so after we add with the appropriate verification of data, graphs, and statistic, so we will access and provide the required output for top trending technologies. As in, what I wanted to say here is, is like all the different companies, they have a different template for the particular, like different templates according to the resumes they want the applicants to apply for. So if we develop this idea of resume builders according to that, so that it will be easier for students to apply for that particular companies, and they will just get the template, they can generate the template according to that, and the resumes can be built. So this will give them a helping hand to just like, because most of the resumes they don't get accepted just because they are not according to the guidelines that the company has provided to them. Not only for the companies, also if students are applying for research opportunities, what work they have done, they're not able to put that in a particular format or in just compact form. So this idea will just give them a helping hand, and this may increase the chances of students getting selected for that particular job or the internship they are applying for. So this was it about my project. This was the resume builder. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present my idea. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I have only the one question.
Yes, sir.
If my students wants to do your resume builders, how they can start with that? Is there any link or anything is to be there? It is in a second is it is a free of cost or you are charging something for that?
Answering your first question, so this is just a prototype and it is a Windows-based program, a Windows-based application, and we have created it using Java. So as for now, we have not created any website or an application so that the other user, it is just one user interface. And so like in future scope, we can increase that to that. So we are planning on to increase that to, so that all the other students or the other users from different domains can get access to that also. And the second thing about the payment options, as for now, we have not thought on that, if we want to charge them with any payments for particular template that we have to use.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ankita.
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, can I present my paper? Hello, is it audible?
Is it
sorry to
Bhumika
interrupt.
Goyal?
Hello, madam.
Is it Bhumika Goyal?
No, madam. I'm Dr. Prasad.
Sir, actually, you are from CAC department, right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you have to be in the breakout room, sir. I'll assign you to that room. You can go and present there, sir.
Okay, okay.
Priya, you can continue. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It will be my honor to invite Bhumika Goyal on board to present the paper titled on Smart Agriculture. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you. Shari is not here. So let's move to the next. I'm going to invite Neeraj Chandwani
Yes, ma'am.
is to come on board to present a paper titled on ACAD Anti-Crash Automatic Detection Board. So sir, kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, just a minute. I'm just getting. Just a minute. I will present my screen. Ma'am, may I present the screen now?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
And do it fast.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I visible and audible too? Ma'am, this is our project ACAD Anti-Crash Automatic Detection Bot. I'm Neeraj Chandwani, and with me there is Smith Kumar Chandan Shive, and our guide is Sachin Sawant, sir. This is our abstract. This paper describes the obstacle avoiding robot, which will help the driver to in any accidental situation. How it will do, we will further explain it in the next slides. This is the technologies which we have used. Technology that we have used are Internet of Things and embedded systems. software is Arduino IDE, as we have used that. These are the components that we have used. We have used Arduino Nano, ultrasonic sensor, L298N motor driver, LCD display, and speed sensor module also. There is a use of I2C for minimizing the circuit sizing. Here is a working mechanism. The working mechanism is like this. When this is a flow chart, and I will show the working mechanism in next slide. First of all, this is our bot, it is look like this, and this is how it works. So coming to working part, so the main objective is to keep the driver safe in the driving condition in any accidental situation. So how it will work? When the distance is above the upper threshold value, the bot can move at its highest speed. Means the car will move at the highest speed when the distance is large, and when the distance is between the lower threshold value and the upper threshold value, given that relative velocity is high, then the bot will automatically reduce its speed. Okay, and when the distance is less than the lower threshold value, the relative velocity is above threshold value, the bot will stop. Means when the driver is driving the car, it will when the driver is driving the car, and when the distance will be more, so it can move on its highest speed. But when the relative velocity is more and the distance is less, then there is a condition where the accident can occur, and at that time the laser led and buzzer will actuate, and the brakes will be applied. Okay, and in that case, as you can see in the image, when the distance is less than 20 centimeter, that is the threshold value, the RPM is 0, and the laser light and the buzzer is actuated. And next, when the distance is very less and the relative velocity is above, then the bot will automatically stop. Okay, and we can say that this is our working, and how the bot is going to protect us from the accidental conditions. This is the logic behind how it is going to work. So if the distance is greater than 50, it will move at its highest speed. If the distance is intermediate, then it will move at its low speed. But if the distance is less than 20, that is the threshold value, and the RPM is more than 100, the bot will stop automatically. That will protect the driver from any accident or any injury. This is how our bot look like. We have used here Arduino Nano, which is a very compact compared to the Arduino Uno and Arduino Mega. This is a very compact circuit, so it is a cost-effective circuit also too. And the conclusion of the slide is what is unique in our bot. So it controls the bot by keeping the concept of relativity in mind. So the driver should not have any problem during parking the vehicle or driving on the highway. Means, as we can know, if the bot will stop, then there will be a problem while parking the vehicle, because the distance will be automatically less. So the logic behind that is, if the speed is greater than a threshold value, then only the bot will stop. Instead, it will not stop. Okay, and driving on the highway is a risky thing. When the two cars come nearer to each other while both are driving, and if sudden brakes are applied, then it can be harmful. And because of that, the relative velocity is chosen. The bot have a light as well as sound alert too. Okay, this is our references that we have you referred to for making our bot. and some of the things were already done. But what's unique in our bot, I have told you in the previous slide. This is our this is our demonstration video. I will just show this. So as you can see, the buzzer and LED is working, and it is an anti-crash detecting system. So as you can see, when the distance is less, the bot is automatically stopping, and there is not the crash happening. So it is an anti-crash automatic detection bot, ACAD. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
This is a prototype you have shown.
Yeah.
In actual, have you tried it?
Yes, the prototype we have shown, and in actual, we are going to make which we are going to in future scope, which we are implementing this in a hybrid vehicle. So when we are driving the car, means it will be a petrol car or an electric car. This would be an easier and safer option. We are going
Hello,
to
Priya. Am I audible, Priya?
Or Arduino can work on a actual?
Dr.
Or you need
Madhavan,
another type?
am I audible?
Yes, sir. The Arduino is the Arduino, as you have said, it is it can be not used, but other microcontroller can be used as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice one.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
Now is the time to share the strength of the next researcher. For that, I would like to invite on board IFERP Shivate to present the paper titled on Store It Well, an application to keep track of seldomly used things. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rishay Chitpur, and I'm honored to be presenting my research paper at this conference. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to present and the attendees for taking the time to listen to my presentation. I would like to introduce my fellow group members who have played an integral role in the development of our project. They are Atharva Chivte, Pratiksha Chopde, Swaroop Chopde, and Arya Chopra. We are all pursuing engineering at Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune. We are excited to share our work with you and hope that it will contribute to the ongoing discussions in the field. My research paper is titled Store It Well, an application to keep track of seldomly used things. In this paper, we have designed a mobile application aimed at retrieval of seldom used things. I'm excited to share my findings with you and hope that it will be of some good use. So, Store It Well. What our mobile app basically does is it helps us keep a record of the things that we use occasionally. How it works is, first of all, the user will have to add the name of feed the items he or she wishes to keep a record in the application. The user then can add the name of the item, a picture of the item, along with the location where the object will be physically stored. He or she can also add tags to objects, which is used to link the object to different sections and also help in searching the specific item later. Once an item is recorded, it can be viewed in the sections where it is used. The search bar provided on the top enables to directly locate a specific item without searching through all the different sections. Here, we have provided a flow chart to show the different sections the users can use to sort and store the items as per convenience. As you can see, we can link an item to the different rooms or the festivals where it is required. This helps in navigating to all the items in that section. Apart from these sections, the user will also be given a custom option to create a section as per his or her requirement. In conclusion, our research paper has explored a viable solution for keeping track of the seldom used things. Through our application, the user is able to retrieve the items and thereby helping saving money and also reducing waste. While our application has some limitations, such as the items need to be added manually and also have to be updated if the location is changed, we believe that it is a good solution for the present. Here we have added few of the reference paper we used to study the prior technology available in this domain. We would like to thank the audience for the attention and the organizers for the opportunity to present our research paper at this conference.
Thank you very much. There is one question. You have not shown any type of a data acquisition systems, sensors, and the actuators, how it will work.
So right now we have just developed the prototype and we have developed the design structure of the application.
Prototype, we can require some of the hardware which is to be people.
Yes, so
we have not shown. You have only shown the concept. So it cannot be concluded as a research paper. You have to make up some prototype and working prototype, then it will convert it into the research. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Now, next forward, the next distinguished to honor us with a presence, he will be going to deliver knowledge on the topic of face recognition based smart attendance system using OpenCV. So I would like to invite Matre Chitle to come on board to present paper. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible.
Basically, our project is about a face recognition based smart attendance system using OpenCV. It has been developed by students of VIT. We are myself. I am Yash Chinde. Along with my co-authors are Girish Chinsalpalle, Piyush Chinsore, Chinmay Vevare, Maitra Chitre, and our respected guide, Dr. Sachin Sawant, sir. I am a student of the second year BTech AINDS, in where I study artificial intelligence and data science, whereas Maitra, Girish, and Chinmay are from computer science department, and Piyush is from instrumentation and control department. And our guide is also a professor at VIT. So continuing further with about abstract of a project, to present the present work reports a face recognition based attendance tracking system. So we have developed a face recognition based attendance system It can be used in educational institutes, offices, factories, and other places. So once we have registered the employees or the students, we can use them for their respective institutions. The system till date that has existed has not been able to deliver upon accuracy and efficiency of taking attendance, as the algorithms that have existed before have not been pretty accurate, and they have been in development stage. The system will also provide an interface for administrator to view the attendance record. The system that we have developed will provide only access to the professors. Yes. The system will also provide an interface for administrator to view the attendance record. So basically, the administrator that are working in the institute, they only have the access to this system, and so students cannot manipulate the attendance and register the attendance like they generally do in classrooms. This system will also reduce the manual effort required for maintaining attendance record and ensure accuracy in maintaining the attendance tracking. Generally, a lot of time is wasted after the classes for the faculty to take the attendance, and also it may or may not be accurate, as generally students do not tend to pay attention to the staff when they're taking the attendance. So description about a project. Face of a human is a trait that can be used to distinguish humans among themselves. This trait can be used in various systems for multiple application. Among those multiple application is the use of human face for face recognition systems. We have developed this project for educational institutes for at this current stage. The basis of face recognition system is to take the image of a person or object and simply compare it to existing images in the database of a person or object recognition software. So with how much accuracy it matches, and whether the person in front of the camera is the same person or not, that has been registered in the database. The basic technology that favors this system is the use of computer vision. Computer vision is a technology that has been developed in recent years that generally reads the output from the camera that has been taken and processes it to give the desired outputs. And the module being used is OpenCV. OpenCV is a library in Python that majorly focuses on detection and recognition of frontal human faces. For that purpose, we have used an algorithm that exists as a XML file and is already available by the name HAR Cascade. It is available publicly. So we have used we have used that XML file to develop our software, so that we can train our software with the better efficiency with the work that has been already done by the previous scientists. And for that purpose, the computer vision processes the data received from the camera sensor and derives sensible outputs from it. We will basically, this is the flowchart of our project. So first we start by first we take the images of the students and then we store it in a database. Then we perform processing on it by using the HAR Cascade algorithm, so that we can train the database, so that we can train the software to detect the faces. Then a registration process takes place, in which the pictures of the students are taken, they're capturing the images, then comparing it with the database. And if the student matches with the database, the attendance of the student is marked, or then he will be absent. He will be marked as absent if he is not the person that is matched to the database. So algorithm that we have used is the HAR Cascade. So basically, first we take 51 images of a student. That is 51 images per person to train the model accurately, so that he can be detected with the utmost accuracy. So that we can see in the first image that we have taken multiple images of a person, and they are stored in grayscale, so that processing becomes easier for the processor as compared to the RGB images. Then in the second image shows us the HAR Cascade algorithm detects the face features of the person, so that he can recognize the person next time when he is in front of the camera. So this is the main window of our project. When we open our interface, we are presented with 3 options, that is registering a new student, taking attendance of the existing students and viewing the attendance of previous students. So when we click on registering student, a camera window pops up in front of us. It starts taking the 51 images that I described before. Those images are stored in the database, and those images are stored in the database, and the algorithm performs operations on it so that it can recognize the person next time. So this is a second functionality, that is taking attendance of an individual student. When we click on the take attendance button, another window pops up that shows a camera window pops up on the screen, where we can see that if the student is recognized, a square box arrives around his face, and his roll number as well as name is presented. He's our group member, Girish, whose roll number was 12, and his name is displayed in front of it. Then if you want to take attendance of and multiple students at a time, it is also possible. So if we place this system at the entrance of the door, whenever the students enter the class or exit the class, the multiple students can come in front of the camera and still the attendance will be recorded, which was not possible previously because the algorithms were not advanced enough to recognize multiple persons at a time. So we can see that two of our group members' face has also been recognized, the Maitreya and Chinmay, at the same time. Then the third functionality is viewing the attendance of the student. So in viewing attendance of the student, we can view the attendance of the students inside the software as well as in the Excel sheet. As the data gets stored in the Excel sheet, the faculty can share the Excel sheet with the HODs and all, so that it is easier for them to track to manage the attendance of the students, as well as just for viewing purpose, the administrator can view the attendance in the software as well. We can see their roll number, name, the date, and their attendance percentage as well. So it is not a heck of a time for a teacher to every time calculate the percentage of the attendance of the student, as generally in colleges 75% is the criteria. We can see that attendance is 50%, 50%, 100% in the software. Though concluding further, prior to the development of this project, the attendance process of old method had many shortcomings because of they were facing many problems for most facilities, as they were not advanced before. Therefore, the face recognition function integrated in the attendance tracking system can ensure correct execution and timekeeping and eliminate records of previous system. As this, we are using 51 photos to train per student. This algorithm becomes very strong to recognize a person, and so executing it is really easier task as compared to before. Then using technology to repair defects not only saves resources but also human intervention in the entire process by having all complex tasks handled by a machine. So the attendance cannot be manipulated by any other person, whether he is a student or and all. Even if the faculty cannot manipulate the attendance unless and until it's the Excel sheet. So even if the faculty favors any student, he cannot manipulate his attendance. So that there is a transparency among the institute students and the faculty as well. Face database is successfully created in this project. In addition, the face recognition system also works well. Finally, the system not only solves the problem that existed in old model, but also gives user new ability to access information collected by sending the attendance sheet to the respective instructors. These are some of our references that we have used in the studying our project. Thank you.
Yeah, very nice work, and you have worked hard for that.
Thank you, sir.
There is some attendance call poll, and the face recognition systems are already in the market. So
Yes,
how
sir.
competitive our rates are, which competitive rates of your product? How you can
Sir, competitive upgrades are the accuracy, as I mentioned multiple times before, as well as the functionality of getting the data in Excel file, the attendance percentage, the existing system do not focus on such small details that are already available. And
it is available on a call. Call app is there, which is available. I am asking the commercial part of that. Technically, you have done a remarkable work. If
Yes,
I
sir.
want to buy your product, what is the cost of your product?
Sir, we haven't thought over the cost of the product.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now is the time to share the strength of the next researchers. For that, I would like to invite Sachin S. Sawant to present the paper titled on computer vision based parking detection. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
My screen is visible. Hello. Hello. So now, good morning. And firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me in this meet. So now I would like to present the PPT, and our topic is computer vision-based parking detection, with the authors Atharva Chakurkar, Paras Baba, Aditya Chapekar, me, myself, and Krunjanvi Chande are the authors. And we are accompanied by our guide Sachin sir. Currently we are pursuing BTech in Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune. So this is the abstract of our project. This project actually purports an intuitive and simple layout for the parking monitoring spaces. So generally now we are facing many parking problems that it takes a lot of time to find a particular parking space, and there is a lot of congestion increasing in the nowadays. So this project helps in detecting the parking spaces using the OpenCV library and also display the free parking spaces available. So one can, for example, in the malls and different big cities, one can see the screen. If the parking space is available there, he or she will be able to park it. So we have generally better user interface for this, and it will also helps in reducing the manpower there, and makes the process automatic. And the main algorithm was to we have used the Python programming OpenCV library, and also the binary based algorithm has been used, like percent based pixel based detection is there. So different tools has been used, this OpenCV library of Python programming and parking management system. So now they are coming to the methodology. So there will be raw video inputs, such as from different CCTVs cameras which are equipped in the parking systems. They will give the raw video input, and after that we will defining the spaces. So as the each and every space is not available in equal amounts, so we can manually define some spaces using the picker. And after that we will be comparing that spaces with the video input. First there will be video frame coming, and then we'll be selecting those spaces, and that screen with the integration of the selection of the spaces and the video output will be shown in the output screen. Then after that, checking pixels within the input. That is the step where algorithm we have used is pixel based detection. The system, like for a particular car coming into the parking space, it will cover something around, if 95% of that area has been covered, then only it will check that it has a park space or occupied space. For example, if a bike has been kept in that area, then it will also check it as a park space. And other disturbances which are in the vicinity of that parking area, it won't detect that. So this is an example. On this slide, a prototype has been shown. Some glimpses of our project is shown. So as you can see in the figure one, it is showing red and green color. So when the pixel amount gets increased above the threshold value, then it is set as an occupied value, and it actually counts the number of the green rectangles which are shown in the figure. So if, in this way we are coming to we come to know about the free parking spaces available. And for example, in the third and the fourth figure, we can see that a car is approaching towards the parking space. So in the figure 3, it has been set to not occupied space, and after that it is being set to occupied space. So in this way, detection is being done. And basically, first an image input is taken, it is converted into the binary frame, and edges are given as 1, and plane surfaces are given termed as 0. So defining that edges, it detects the parking spaces. So now concluding further, this project was successfully executable, and we also tried it installing in our college. And we have generally used the NumPy library and the OpenCV library in this project. Thank you.
Yeah. Tell me what is the two basic challenges when you are working on that? What is the basic two problems you can face on this year project?
So main problem is that if a car has been not parked properly, so this pixel detection will mark it as an occupied vacant space. If the park is not properly covering that space, so it will be marked as vacant space. So it will, but when someone will check that it is not vacant, so this will be the major problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kanan Devetia on board to present a paper titled on legal dimensions towards the role of artificial intelligence and trademark in Indian corporate sectors. So sir, kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you. Sorry, ma'am.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Dr. Kanan Devetia, along with co-author Manas Devetia, we are going to present the paper Legal Dimensions Towards the Role of Artificial Intelligence and Trademark in the Indian Corporate Sector. So it's a bit, we are moving, towards a little bit of a non-technical as far as till we saw the technical papers, but we have tried to have a dichotomy, merging it with the technology and law. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. Just a second. I, Dr. Kanan Devetia, I'm assistant professor at Symbiosis Law School, Noida, and Manas Devetia, who is a first year BB LLB honors student at Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. So our paper is all about the trademark, which is a very, very important intellectual property and the main function of trademark. So trademark work as a source identifier. So trademark is a brand of a company which not only promotes the retail growth, it helps the promoter, but also assists the consumers in choosing brands. So we have relied on one of the landmark judgment of the Supreme Court, Amritdhara Pharmacy versus Satyadev Gupta, wherein the Honorable Apex Court has relied on the reasonableness test and overall impression test, which they have said that they are the key principle while deciding the deceptive marks. What are deceptive marks? Are confusingly similar remarks. So one of the prime focus of our paper is the journey of a trademark from a seller's choice The second stage is choosing brands from the supermarket. The third, e-commerce, and ultimately to rely on the artificial intelligence. So this research paper aims to provide a background regarding the intersection or the dichotomy of AI and trademark law in the modern markets by analyzing consumer behavior. So over to you, Manas, to explain the slide.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. So the two broad objectives of this research paper are, first, to study the emergence of AI and its paradigm shift towards the shopping model, and second, to analyze the impact of AI on trademark law. So our research paper is also non-empirical in nature. Next slide, please. So we first need to understand the role of AI with relation to trademark law in the Indian corporate sector. So specific methods and solutions are needed for artificial intelligence in a variety of contexts and job functions. However, machine learning and neural network modeling are the most effective AI strategies. A neural network is just a collection of small interconnected processors or neurons, each of which generates a series of activations with actual monetary value. The neural network for artificial intelligence advanced feature extraction has a wide range of intelligent applications thanks to modeling and deep learning techniques. Conventional neural networks frequently surpass humans in the field of image recognition thanks to significant improvements in recognition accuracy. So AI is not only affecting the way trademarks are searched or regulated, but it has also affected relationships between the consumer and the brand, the brand, or the trademark. So additionally, all modern internet stores are now employing bots, which are also a type of artificial intelligence. So these bots are essential to the online shopping experience since they let the customer narrow down their choices depending on the factors like price, location, brand, style, etc. So additionally, it has also been noted that AI frequently makes recommendations for things based on pricing and delivery time and lacks any contextual, emotional, or symbolic connections to companies that a typical consumer could have inculcated while choosing a product. The prime example for this product is the Amazon's Alexa. So Amazon also provides, Amazon has its virtual assistant in the form of Alexa, which is also an artificial intelligence product that depends upon voice recognition software and variety of other programs. So this device can interact, entertain, and even carry out general tasks, and even order products for purchase on consumers' data, market trends, and brand information. So in an effort to regulate how AI interacts with the brands themselves compete with each other as a result of working model of the AI technology. The dispute between Lush and Amazon, which is a landmark case, Lush versus Amazon, is also a good illustration of this. In this case, the court determined that Amazon violated the Lush trademarks. It was discovered by the court that Amazon had purchased the keyword Lush from the Google bidding process, which had a direct impact on how consumers could find the Lush brand on Google because it had sent them to the Amazon website. Additionally, it was also discovered that AI system recommended comparable products when the term was typed on the Amazon website rather than the branded original Lush product. The AI product system that suggested comparable products based on the keyword was determined to be a clear case of infringement, even if there was no sales records of the products on the Amazon website. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, so thank you, Manas. So why this is important? Because the primary function of trademark, right? It serves as I told you, like of identifying the origin or source of products. So in India, trademark performs, the function of to identifying the product and its origin. To certain extent, it guarantees the quality of the product. It advertises the product, right? It represents, yes, and to certain extent, it creates the image of the product in the minds of the public, especially the consumers, the prospective consumers of the product. So the object of trademark law is to protect the rights of the persons who manufacture and sells goods with distinct trademarks. Okay, so there are basic tenets of trademark law. So the very first important basic function is the doctrine of likelihood of confusion. So, sir, the hallmark of trademark infringement action is consumer confusion. So a person is said to have infringed a registered trademark if he or she uses a mark in the course of trade such that it is likely to cause confusion in the minds of the consumer. So one of the most common reasons for refusing registration is that likelihood of confusion exists between the two marks. Okay. The second is initial interest confusion, is a phenomena that is a recent development due to the development of modern mode of sales, but has its origin from the judicial interpretation provided by the various courts around the world. It was stated in a New York journal published in September 2021. Initial interest confusion may arise when a potential purchaser mistakenly visits a competitor's website due to the competitor's use of a domain name or a similar to a trademark domain or a phrase. The third is average consumer and imperfect recollection. So in a landmark case of Amritdhara versus Satyadev Gupta, in my initial slide also told that the key principle while deciding the marks if they are deceptively similar. And phonetic and visual similarity. So the provision dealing with infringement of a registered mark. As a result, phonetic similarity is incorporated under Section 29, subclause 9 of the Trademarks Act, which states that a mark may be infringed by a spoken use as well as visual representation of the words. Let me conclude. So, sir, the retail model which we are talking. So, although the use of AI applications by consumer is still relatively limited, most consumers must have used some form of AI application, such as the product recommendation system appearing on Amazon.com and other online retail platforms. So in this context, the AI application effectively acts as a filter between the consumer, the product, the brand, making unique recommendations to the consumer on the basis of the past purchasing decision. So the important implications. So who is considered to be average consumer in trademark infringement proceedings, and further the issue of the liability. So many consumers do not delegate an AI application like Amazon Alexa. So so there is a growing requirement of making trademark law compatible with technology, as the very essence of the trademark law is consumer confusion, which is being diminished with the emergence of artificial intelligence. And sir, as every coin has two sides, it can be concluded that there is a great opportunity for the brand owners to use AI to gain efficiencies, speed up their work, and streamline processes while reducing cost and ensuring resources and used effectively. These are the references, sir, we have used for our presentation. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very thought-provoking and the emerging concept in Indian concept.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I have to know, I don't know about that. Is then USA are working with this? Okay, USA are very powerful about the laws. Is there any law about in the USA? You have some references in New York.
US.
USA. United
Sir,
States of America.
yeah. Sir, more or less as such, the recent development in a trademark law, sir, more or less the recently, if I tell you that they are working on, the social media site, more particularly, the say Facebook and Instagram, and how the metaverse they work. So that is, but still, sir, there is a loophole in this trademark law wherein now, sir, if I talk about, say the landmark judgment booking.com also recently came. So in that also the basic tenets of trademark law remained the same. The consumer confusion, so average consumer, how do they determine this? So there is still a loophole, and the loophole is that to make a trademark law compatible with the technology, it is still, we have to work on this.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. For very nice presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your session was full of passion and valuable information. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Dipali Rani Shaho on board to present a paper titled on legal dimensions related to consumer food presence and brand association in India, special reference to rural and urban lifestyles. Please, ma'am, kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, I'm visible and audible clearly.
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, now, ma'am, it's visible. My PPTs are visible now, ma'am.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes,
ma'am. Okay. So good afternoon to the panel. I am Dipali Rani Sahu, working as an assistant professor in Symbiosis Law School, Noida. My topic for today's presentation is legal dimensions relating to consumer food preference and brand association in India, which is special reference to the rural and urban lifestyles. So in this case, the background of my research is that in India's development, which is visible in both the small and large cities, in which cases the furthermore the industries resulting in the food and beverage industries, which is flourishing in the emerging middle class desire to try new cuisines and desires to replicate the Western way of life. So in this case, my main objective of my paper is that in this case, the main objective of my paper, I have created 4 objectives in case of my research. That is, the main purpose of the study is to look out the response of the persons once they get associated with a food brand. And the first objective of my research paper is to study the consumer food brand choice. And the second objective of my study is to analyze the brand association, which is based on the attributes and benefits that the consumer associated with the food brands. And the third objective is to analyze the different aspects of the food brand association of the consumers. And the fourth objective of my research is to examine the consumer's response to prefer the brand, accept the brand extension, recommend the brand to others, and pay price premium as a result of the brand association. Resulting in the objective of the study, I have created 6 to 7 hypotheses of the study. The first hypothesis relating to objective number 1 and 2 is the brand choice is significantly which is associated with the socio-economic profile of the consumers. And the second hypothesis, which is related to objective number 2, that is the food product type significantly, which is categorized the consumer brand on the brand choice. And the third objective, which is related to the hypothesis 3 and 4, that is the fruit brand choice, which is positively related to the different factors influencing the purchase decision of the consumers. And the fourth hypothesis, which is also related to objective number 4, that is the brand association, which is significantly related to various attributes of the brands. And the fifth, sixth, and seventh hypothesis, which is related to objective number 3 and 4 of my research, that is the brand association, which is positively and significantly related to the benefits of the brand, and different aspects of the brand association remain same across different food brands, and different aspects of the brand association which remain across the demographic profile. In this case, the research design which I have designed relating to the objective and the hypothesis, that is both the descriptive and in case of analytical research methodology, which are used in my studies relating to the surveys, and the fact-finding inquiries, which is related to the descriptive research. It is one of the mixed research which is included with descriptive and analytical research. In fact, it is qualitative and quantitative method which I have used in my study. And the sample size which I have taken for my study is the total sample size, which is related to the population size and the proportion of the person, which is related to the consumer. And in this case, the sample size which I have taken specially from the place, from the state of Odisha, that is Cuttack, Sambalpur, Berhampur. From these three parts of state of Odisha, I have taken my sample for proper research to frame out the objective and the hypothesis of the research. In this case, the first hypothesis which I have taken as a sample, that is the food brands, and explanation of the variables which I have taken in the case of the variables, that is the demographic profile, purchase behavior of the consumer, perceived benefits of the brand value, and attributes of the brand. These all are the variables which is related to my objective and the hypothesis of the study. And for the framework of the data analysis, I have... Yes, ma'am.
I think your slide got stuck.
Okay, now it's moving.
Now it's okay.
Okay, up to research design, I have already presented. Now I will go for the finding framework of the data analysis, which I have used the variables which is related to the composite reliability with the average variance, which is explained with statistical tools and techniques which I have used, and one-way ANOVA, and to bring down the market size of the Indian food brands, which is related to the sample size of the market size and the consumer protection and the relating to the consumers. And in this case, I have taken the brand association on the consumer's response, in which case the objective and the hypothesis, which is related to the percentage analysis of purchasing behavior of the respondents. And in this case, I have taken the food preferences, brand choice, factor influencing the purchase decision, then the choicest brand, alternative purchase plans, and in this case I have related all the hypotheses to take out the findings and outcome of the study. And the findings and the outcome of the study, which I have briefly mentioned in my full paper, but for now I'm giving the study in a summarizing way relating to the findings of the study. And the finding of the study is related to the practical utility of the study. And in this practical utility of the study, I have taken out the findings in case of the respondent, which is related to the percentage which I have taken from the samples number of males, females, and in this case married, unmarried. And the thirdly, I have taken the respondent as the nuclear family and joint family system, in which case, nuclear family and joint family system, I have taken the average of the number of male, female and children in that particular family. And in that case, I have also taken the income group and the choice of food brand which is taken into consideration. And the findings, mainly the findings is related to certain recommendation and suggestions of the study. That is, the branding is an attractive way of the brand features of the advertiser, which plays an essential role in the decision making behavior of the consumer and the customer. And in case of the legal dimensions, I have used certain, I have imputed in my research certain legal dimensions and the legal parameters relating to Consumer Protection Act, which attract the significant investment and continues to the expansion and the establishment of the new chain in case of the brand food brands, and introducing the marketing communication tools industries from every consumer in the areas which is added in the food forms and the social media advertisement of the food brand. And in this case, I have also included the included in the case of the food, ensuring the availability of
Dr. Dipali Rani Shaw, are you there? Now moving to our next author. It will be my honor to invite Shruti Bavankar on board to present a paper titled On Crop Disease Detection Using Convolutional Neural Network CNN Model. Please kindly open your camera and unmute yourself. Move towards your presentation. Thank you. Sorry, I think she is not here. Let's move to the next. I would like to invite Yogita Narule to present a paper titled On Hi-Fi Mouse. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone in the meeting. We are the project
Hi-Fi Mouse representatives from Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune. The project authors are Yogita Narule, Parth Kharade, Dipkul Khandelwal, Arya Khandetod, Siddesh Khaple, Aishwarya Kharade. For this project and work, we were guided by Yogita Narule ma'am. I will be introducing the project first. The current virtual mouse has been modified to function more than a mouse and act as a mouse pointer while also gaining all the capabilities of traditional mouse. In this project, we introduced the Hi-Fi mouse, a real-time virtual mouse based on computer vision and gestures. The mouse is a remarkable invention in history of human-computer interaction. Even though wireless or Bluetooth mice are being developed, they are not completely tool-free and require a battery and a strong connection dongle. This study proposes a human-computer interaction-based digital mouse device that uses hand movements and computer vision. The gesture captured with a built-in camera or web camera are processed using a detection method. The system is implemented in Python, which is an object-oriented high-level programming language. We have used libraries such as OpenCV, MediaPipe, and AutoPy. OpenCV is used for image processing. It includes a package called video capture that gathers the information from real-time video. With the help of library, we are able to take a real-time picture of hand and carry out the mouse operations very easily and efficiently. The virtual mouse is a computer software program or a system that enables a user to control a computer's cursor and input functions using hand gestures or other body movements rather than a physical mouse. The traditional mouse limitations of physical impairment is to virtual mouse, as they do not require direct physical contact with shared. They can be used for hygiene purposes.
So now we will see the abstract. The advancement of technology has resulted in the miniaturization of devices commonly used in daily life with an increasing reliance on wireless technologies. With the help of artificial intelligence, wireless technologies has increased a lot and it has made the use of daily devices very small. The mouse system that we are going to develop makes use of hand gestures and fingertips for performing mouse functions. The tools, now we will see the description. The tools that we have used for making our project are: first, Python; second, video capturing device, that is our laptop camera, and the IDE in which we have written all the code is Visual Studio. So first, OpenCV is a computer vision library which contains image processing algorithms for object detection. AutoPy, it includes functions for controlling the keyboard and mouse. NumPy is a general purpose array processing package. And fourth, MediaPipe is an open system machine learning platform. It is a framework which is used for applying in a machine learning pipeline. Now we will see the flowchart. First, we will acquire the real-time video from the webcam. So here we will, by keeping our hand, we will capture all the images by using our laptop. Then the video will convert these images and then process the images. After that, extraction of different colors from the image will take place. Then the pointer will detect using defined color information. After that, the track of the motion of the pointer. By using hand gestures, we can track the motion of the pointer, and at last, performing different mouse actions by mapping color pointer for each action. The different mouse actions which we will be performing will be hand tracking, mouse control, sound control, and virtual painter.
So after taking the images from the input from the web camera, what would be the first approach that comes to our mind for hand motion recognition in Python? Machine learning algorithm to be trained when it comes to be using in technique, the detection is not very good and requires special condition like a proper background to similar condition that you use while training. To overcome this, we have used a library called MediaPipe, which makes things pretty much simple for us. The hand module creates a 21-point based localization, as we can see in the image. What this means that if you supply a hand image to this module, it will return a 21-point vector showing the coordinate of 21 important landmarks present on your hand. After this identification of all coordinates, distance between each finger landmarks are evaluated using this coordinated. It will click at a set distance defined between these two coordinates defined to us. As we can see, the system will enter cursor mode if the index finger is raised up and all other fingers is closed by, as we can see in the image down below. Similar to how it works when the index and middle finger is up and doing it will be in the click mode. Defining all parameters, libraries, algorithm, capsulating inside a code, you can use these mouse functionalities with just hand movements. To get a better idea of how our system works, let's see the conclusion part. As we can see in the first image, the system is very much aware of the hand, and it has already given the landmarks to the our hand. And in the second image, we can see that it is already in the cursor mode.
Along with assigning the coordinates to the fingerprint and clicking operations, we have some additional functionalities like increasing and decreasing the system volume, index finger, and some are used for the operation. We have virtual painter by which we can add more functionality to it. The images shown here are the results of our work, so the project can be concluded as implementation of Python and various libraries provided by it. These are the references that we have referred for our project. Thank you.
Very nice presentation and very good concept. My question is, what can you used web camera or your mobile?
We use web camera, sir, laptop camera.
And what is the functionality and the resolution and the timing you have set it? What is the parameter you have set for that?
Yes, sir. For the camera can be used for the laptop as well as for the external camera can be used. For the resolution, it is not fixed. It depends to the camera, to the laptop module to module.
My question on the motion, when you are capturing the motion.
Yes, sir.
What is the criteria of selection? Yes.
Frequency is attached in the code, such as 1 by the time where it is recording minus the actual time the laptop or mouse come to the speed time it is given. So we have used the frequency function.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. That was a really amazing presentation. Now let's move to the next. It will be my honor to invite Sakshi Dhamne to present a paper titled on quick availability of primary treatment. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Sakshi Dhamne, are you there? I think she is not here. Let's move to the next. I would like to invite Soham Ratnaparki to present a paper titled on text to speech and speech to text converter voice assistant. So kindly turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Soham Ratnaparki, are you there? I think he is not here. Let's move to the next. Now I would like to invite Predna Sathwal to present a paper titled on right of blood wave-based blood bank management system. Kindly open your camera and unmute yourself. Predna Sathwal, are you there? Now let's move to the next. It will be my honor to invite Rao Raghib Khan on board to present the paper titled on translation studies in exploring the dynamics of English didactics. So sir, kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me a 1 minute, please. Is the screen is visible?
Sir, go to the first slide.
Okay. Now it is okay?
No, sir.
Okay, wait a moment, please. Now it is okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, and first of all, I would like to thank everyone, the team, the organizing team, all the colleagues and researchers and the students who are the part of this animated international conference. Today, my topic is the translation studies in exploring the dynamic of the English didactics. So I would like to tell you about what is the importance and what is the actual role of this. Actually, I'm the student of English language because I'm pursuing PhD from DIT University, Dehradun. And my research supervisor, Dr. Sriya Goyal and Dr. Kiran Mamgain, both are animated personality. I'm doing under the supervision of both of. So now I would like to tell you about the abstract of my topic, the translation studies as ancient as human culture. Because when a human being is survived on the earth, as well as we are using the word translation. With the help of the translation, many script, many things, and many language, and many words, many coding and decoding has been in
Sir,
existence.
your slide got stuck on the first page.
Okay. Now is this okay?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay now?
No, sir. It's still on the first page.
Okay. I will try to share once again. That will be, I think, very easy to.
Okay, sir.
Now it is okay?
Yes, sir.
So, the translation studies and ancient as a human culture, as I told you about already, because many things has been translated just because of our word, just because of a language. Because here we have seen many things. What is this translation and why we are going to do the translate the words? Because the main thing is to understand. Suppose I am speaking something, you are getting this language because this language has been learned by you from someone. And when you learned this language, it was, sorry? So, because this language, if you will see the past of this language and the word, the origin of this language, from this the translation word is came in existence. In the name of the translation come grammar methods to make the society understand what is the main things. So this is very important because the since down of the civilization, as we are the human beings, have been using the language to translate our scripts, feelings, thoughts, ideas, because we set a set of symbols, codes, communicate to the transfer one person to another person to make them understand and to learn something. So in the name of the translation, and this is very important. Suppose you are teaching someone and someone is learning from you, so you need a word that is a translation, because two things, either coding and decoding. both are important in the name of the translation studies. If you are making someone understand, if he is not getting your language, so you need a translation there. Suppose you are speaking like in Arabic, tufay, kafa, jafar, rafa, hafa, you cannot understand this language because you need a translation. And for that, you have to understand what is the cause, what is the base of that word to make, to understand, to code and to decode, that you can share, you can feeling your thoughts, your ideas, your words to the society. So because thoughts coming in our mind and we are just thinking in that language, which language we are comfortable, and we are giving to the society because we are translating one word to another word, like Hindi language. Hindi language is our source language, and because Hindi language, we are comfortable in Hindi language, sometimes we are not comfortable in English language. So first of all, we are trying to think in Hindi, then we are trying to translate in English language, because this is the habit of our people. Now, I would like to tell you about the historical background of the translation studies, from where this word has been came in existence. So we have to just understand what is the meaning of the translation studies. So actually, the meaning of the translation studies is to bring or carry across. Means when you think about the meta phrases in the name of the translation studies, so we have to understand what is the meaning of that person who is speaking. If you know that language, you can understand very easily. Otherwise, you need the translator, you need the translation of that particular things which you want to understand. Otherwise, this is just a voice, a language, but what is the meaning of that language, you cannot understand until you won't see the process. So now my slide is moving or not? So the translation process, I would like to tell you about here in the name of the translation studies, because this is very important thing in the present era.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Your slide is not moving.
Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Now is this okay?
Yes, sir. Translational process.
Yeah. When you talk about the translation process, we always see how can we do the translation. What is the main process of the translation? So first of all, we need here two languages. First language is that is called the source language, like Hindi is the source language, and target language is the English language. Because if I am going to speak in Hindi language and you want to understand in English language, so because we have to combine and we have to translate the words, so we have to translate the symbols, we have to translate the script of that word to make someone understand. Otherwise, this is impossible to understand what the person is speaking. Here you can just understand with the help of this picture, like the meaning and meaning. Every language has their own meanings, but if you are not understanding that language, if you are not just coding or decoding that language is useless for you. So you want to know the meaning of the language. Okay, so this is important. Now I'll tell you about the next screen. I don't know, don't hear. Okay, if you're talking about the translation studies in the today's society, because everybody is the need of the translation, because we are using the internet, laptops, disposal to aids the translation process. Translation services has also become the massive importance in the society, and this is really important because increasing interconnected to the economy, education,
Sorry to
sharing of.
interrupt, sir. Your slide is not visible. Sir, it happens again and again.
I really don't know what's happening here, because I'm trying to. Okay. Now, is this visible here?
No, so
Sir, your screen is visible. Kindly open presentation, sir.
Okay. Actually, here I'm telling you about what is the role of the translation in today's society. Because every person want to code and decode. Because translation is a tool to something to understand, like such as the internet and laptop.
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
Next week.
Sir, your presentation window is not open, sir.
Now it's visible.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So actually we are talking about here the translation of the present era and how we need it of this, because in the ITC era we are talking about here the translation, because we need many things to understand if someone is speaking. And you can understand if you have the one thing, there's a one way the translation come grammar method. If you don't know the grammar of that language, you cannot understand what the person is speaking. So you have to just understand what the person is saying. So you have to code and decode learn first. Otherwise, this is useless. Like translation services have to become always massive important in the society. World become increasing interconnected through the economy, education, the sharing knowledge and trade. Okay, let's move ahead. When we're talking about the translation come grammar method in the English redacted, and this is really important to understand the meaning of the translation as I'm talking about it all the time. I'm just telling you about here. And William Bell in the 16th century and 18th century, you're talking about Raikaminas and Jock Lake, and they just told to the society what is the meaning of the translation come grammar methods. If you want to teach the students, so you have to need here the translation come grammar method, because you have to teach the students firstly grammar, that can someone understand what is the meaning of the translation, because you have to teach them first what it's begin with the teaching of the sound of alphabets, then comes the teaching of words, then sentences, then paragraphs, then books, then many things comes under by. So we have to see many things here. If you are talking about here in the name of the translation from grammar method in English didactics, so we have to understand like a foreign language can uh, easily be learned through the translation. And second here, because the grammar is the soul of every language. It may be in Hindi language, English language, because every language is a grammar, and without grammar we cannot understand what is the language with the translation. Now I would like to tell you about here the teachers, the TCS methods, and now I would like to conclude myself here. Translation come grammar method explain the foreign phraseology in easy way. Suppose you are saying like the all eggs in a basket. So this is a phraseology, but when you will translate what is the meaning of that, you can understand just because of the translation, just because of the TCS method, translation come grammar method. And this is very important to understand a target language. Second point, comparative study of the grammar English and the mother tongue. When you are teaching any student English language, so he will try to understand including Hindi. Many students says always, sir, please teach us in Hindi language. So this is the best way, this is the best feature to make someone understand what is the role of this feature. Actually. Abstract word and phrase can also be explained with this method. If you are expressing your abstract words, phrases, idioms, anything, but you use that method. Less time consuming. Suppose you are Googling and you are just seeing the dictionary and you are just seeing the nature of the sentences, you will use your too much time. But if you are using TCS method, because it will less time consuming method. And teacher as well as learners facilitates the teaching and learning process in the better way. What the teacher is teaching and the teacher is teaching, student is learning. So this is the best way to understand, to teach with the help of the teacher, with the help of the TCS methods of teaching. And it's a practical method of the teaching. And this is a practical method because you have to teach the grammar to the student. Otherwise, this is impossible. So now, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart that you have given me the great opportunity to speak over this topic. And this is, from my point of view, it's a very important topic for everybody. Thank you, everyone. If you have any question and queries regarding, then you can ask me, please.
Yes, Mr. Khan, your presentation is really very thought-provoking and very emerging areas. I have two questions to you.
Of course, sir, please.
First question, what is the two big challenges of the translation in the modern era? Second question is that, can we translate emotions of the poet?
Sir, first of all, I'd like to answer your second question. Sir, if you are feeling something, you use a words, but you cannot translate the feelings. You can script the words on the paper, you can write the words, what you are feeling, but you cannot translate. Suppose I am feeling, and while feeling that things, I am writing. It's my feeling, and my feeling is no one can understand. So you cannot translate the things in on the paper or while using any method. So now I would like to come to you on your first question. Sir, could you please repeat the first question?
What is the two big challenges of modern era of translations?
Yeah, sir. In the present era, actually, everybody is trying to speak in English language. And I would like to tell you about, in the name of the survey I'm telling you here, sir, I'm quoting a one survey which is done by the Asian English Literature Survey, has been done two last year. In India, entire Asia I'm talking about, the only one country, India, who speak, the proper English. We are using proper noun, adjective, adverb, syntax, and everything, verbs and predicate, everything we are using because we are studying the translation. And in the present school, yeah, I'm talking because I have seen and I have a good experience of that. The student is not paying attention on the grammar. They are just trying to speak and they are thinking that's it. Because if you are making them write something, if you are just asking to write something, you write an application, they use a lots of error and lots of mistakes while writing any application, any data, because their base is not. So what we have to do, we have to do a lots of workshops over there in the name of the translation to teach them which method will be better, because this is the task and we have to just overcome over there. So I think this is the best way to eradicate this problem.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Khan, for your valuable work and
Thank
for
you
the
so much.
future prospect. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your.
Thank you so much.
एक मेरे को वोट ऑफ थैंक्स की भी स्पीच बना के दो.
Now it's time for the lunch break. I would like to request all our guests to move towards the break. We will resume here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Lunch break.
Welcome back. A very good afternoon to all. Sorry for the inconvenience. There is a technical issue. Now I am starting. Now we are entering in the second technical session of today. The session chair for the second technical session is Mr. Amit Kumar Rawat, HOD of MBA department. Moving on to our first author of this technical session, as I'm going to invite Ms. Mathli Chavre to present a paper titled on AFC Automatic Fare Collection System for Metropolitan Public Transport. So kindly turn on your camera, unmute yourself, move towards your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. From our team, Om Savan is going to present.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible. Okay, so I'll begin. So our project basically deals with public transportation. The ideology behind our project was to develop a system where instead of using cash in public transportation system where you have to keep change, where you have to we had our COVID period, so where we have to do hand-to-hand contact. Instead of that, we wanted to develop a system where there could be contactless fare collection by the municipality or the public transportation systems. So I'll proceed with our project details. These are the authors of our project. So the abstract of our project is basically an Arduino-based database connected fare collection as it has been introduced in the paper. An IoT-based automatic fare collection makes use of databases, RFID tags, and other technologies, contributing to smart city mission using digital methods of payment. Daily traveling can be made easy. So this is the block diagram of our project. We've kept it pretty primitive to develop the system right now. So basically, we just use an RFID reader, an LCD to display the messages, an Arduino to process all the programs, and a connection to Wi-Fi to store all the data and to do all the processing of the fares. This is a schematic of our hardware that we've used. Basically, what we've done is we've programmed it in such a way that instead of calculating the distance where we could have used the GPS systems, we've done it where whenever the passenger gets on the bus, he has to tap his RFID tag. He gets registered as he has climbed on the bus. The stop number is registered in front of that. After that, once he has to get off, for example, he gets on stop 1 and he has to get off at stop 5. If we decide a particular rate for every stop, for example, 3 rupees every stop traveled, then as he has traveled 4 stops, he will the fare deducted will be 12 rupees. So by that calculation, when he gets off, the fare is deducted from his card, and that deducted fare is available. Like we can view that deducted fare on the LCD screen while tapping it while getting off. So we basically used 3 sample cards to model our system. Over here, we pasted the code, that the result where we detected all the cards that were detected on the RFID. Over here, for example, the stop card, whenever the stop card is tapped, the driver would tap the stop card, indicating which stop they are at. Once the stop card is tapped and the passenger taps his own card at the RFID reader, the fare is deducted from the passenger's balance automatically, because the stop which he got on has been registered automatically to the database, for which we use Google Firebases. So basically, in conclusion, the system is contributing to the mission of Digital India, making life easier. Smart cards, PDAs, and cellular phones are just a few of the mobile devices that this system can accept as payment. The problem of asking about change of rupees will be completely solved by the online way. And another future scope for our project is we can integrate payment systems such as Razorpay into the updation of for the balance, which now we've modeled it so that we have to do it manually, where we have to pay cash to the conductor or the driver, and he would update the overall balance of our system. So that's a huge scope for our project that we can work towards. We can also integrate this system with an app. So instead of viewing the balance and all the data on the LCDs while doing the transactions, the balance could be viewed anytime through the app by viewing the cloud database. And we can also try to make this more user-friendly and try to make this more cheap, because RFID tags, even though the tags themselves are cheap, the overall systems required to install on all the buses would make it quite a bit of a cost. So we can try and see if we can estimate if we can make this system more efficient. So that's our project. These are the papers that we have reviewed, and I would thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. What's a good name, sir?
Om Chavan.
Okay, so that's good, Mr. Om, and your idea is your concept is very good. Can you tell me about how you can reduce the congestions in the network by using this particular concept?
Right now, we've used basic Firebase for a cloud, where the entire database would be hosted in the cloud of Google. So instead of that, I guess like we could have used Cloud SQL or Oracle databases to reduce the congestion, where the servers would be more distributed.
Okay, and one more thing, Mr. Om. So, suppose that there is any kind of a leakage system is to be arise in the particular network. So how you can manage a leakage system?
The security part, we were going to add it to our project, but we haven't given it much of thought, that as it was outside the scope of our implementation right now. So I think that's it.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Om. Thank you from my side.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to share the strength of the next researcher. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Saurabh Chandra to present a paper titled on Dispensation of Credit and Guarantors Obligation and Indian Perspective. Sir, please kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for giving the opportunity. So the topic for the presentation is the dispensations from credit and the guarantors obligations. So this is a topic which is legal in the nature, and the topic discussed with regard to the perspective of dispensations of credit. And we can say the focus is mainly on the lending principles. So let me start with the first point that this paper is having two authors, me and Dr. Meenakshi Kaur, with regard to the topic. So the topic is having a very important essence that the credit dispensation is very important for the development and the addressing the need for the various sectors of the economy. So as we are aware that the credit is the lifeline for every financial institutions. So when we look at the legal aspect that the law governing the guarantors and the obligation of guarantors, obligation of principal debtor, and the obligations of principal creditor, it is mostly regulated by the Indian Contract Act. And this position is forcing the guarantor for waiving off what law has provided it. And we can say in the changing scenario, there's a need to have a discussion on this aspect. And the topic is doctoral in the nature with a research question with regard to. So when we start the topic, we will find that this credit dispensation has its own significance, especially for a country like India, which is a developed country, or we can say almost developing, and even for developing countries also. So the non-dispensation of credit is a very important part, and it may result into various consequences like stagnation in the economy, or even which may result into a very different aspect, that is the relation between the debtor and the creditor. And when we look into the historical background, we will find that the banking practices has been there with regard to the providing various lending decisions, and they look into this aspect. So when we look into second very important aspect, that is the credit and security. So when we look into the credit and security, we will find that the dispensation from the ancient times, not only India, but globally, worldwide, the history has a glaring examples for borrowing and repayment, and there is also evidence of the repayment and the breaches in consequence for the discharge in the different world. And one thing we have to note down that the basic argument is that if debt at the time of borrowing was not against moral or illegal, the subsequent act of dishonesty otherwise will not absolve from the liability. And we will find that the judicial precedent with regard to this aspect has also been amended from time to time. And we can say that this also has been diluted from time to time by the statutory provision, which has been referred by the different legislation like law of contract, code of civil procedure, and different changes are also brought with regard to the bringing the change in the family law. And one thing we proceed with regard to the third point, that is the codification and the guarantors obligations in the banking transactions. So the law governing the guarantors has its own place in the Contract Act, which has been amended subsequently by various amending acts. And various adaptation orders have taken from time to time since the inception of the Contract Act. So as we know that the chapter provided under the Indian Contract Act with regard to the guarantee and the indemnity has been same for many decades, even again century also. And the Act has provided the definition for guarantor, and it also has provided the various nature and the classification of guarantee. We can say explicitly as well as the implicit way. And the guarantors exist for repayment of debt in case of default by the principal debtor. The guarantees also exist for the performance of the contract. So we can say the two type of guarantee as referred in the birth and sustenance from the section 126 of the Contract Act. And they are like mostly from the codification of law, this aspect. Next is very important point, that is the part of presentation, that is the guarantor's obligation. So the purpose of guarantor is to secure the credit sanctioned by a bank, and it has also become a very important ingredient which is required for the credit dispensation in India, except few circumstances where the guideline provides so. So we can say that the guarantor is obliged to discharge the debt in case of default by the principal debtor or by the principal borrower. And we know that it is also very clear from the statutory definition provided into the section 126 of the Indian Contract Act, Similarly, the section 128 of the Indian Contract Act goes ahead and where it provides that the liability of guarantor is coextensive with the principal debtor. So the combined reading of, we can say, section 126 and section 128, we can say that this section has triggered to pronounce the liability of the guarantor as joint and several. And we have seen various interpretation by the Supreme Court and High Court of such nature. And one very important part of presentation is the right of guarantor to securities. So it becomes very clear that the guarantor is obliged to discharge the debt in the case of default by the principal debtor, but sometimes law may not allow him with regard to remedy. So section 141 comes into picture this regard that security is entitled to the benefit of every security which the creditor has against the principal debtor at the time when the contract of surety was entered. So we can say this section 141 makes the objective very clear with respect to guarantor's right to the principal debtor's property, assets in the form of security with the creditor. And similarly, one more part of presentation is the guarantor's right with the principal debtor. So law does not leave the guarantor without any remedy. And similarly, the law of contract provides a remedy under the section 145 of the Act. So section 145, we can say it provides the relief to the guarantor who has discharged the debt by paying to the creditor. So the payment we can say made by the guarantor to be recovered from the principal debtor or to be rightful. So similarly, the one more very important point is discharge of the guarantor. So the law and the practices of trade also provide an obligation over the creditor as well. And there are various situations where the guarantor stands discharged from the liability. So the provisions that are provided in the Contract Act when the discharge happens, whether partially or fully, and we can say, on the other hand, the suspension takes place. So similarly, when we come to the conclusion, we will find that keeping in mind the deliberation provided with regard to the credit being dispensed, the guarantor has a very important role in the credit dispensation by the bank in India. And we can say the nature of guarantee has evolved from time to time, but it very important point required for credit dispensation by the banks in India. And it is a very important condition precedent with regard to this aspect. So I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. Very nice presentation from your side. And Dr. Saurabh, basically, I want to know about your codification concept. What you do in this particular concept?
So when we say codification, we say that, as I told, that the lending principles and principles pertaining to dispensation of credit, sometimes they are not technically as a very important as per law. For example, lending principles, they talk about credit worthiness of the borrower. So nowhere we can say that every banker is obliged to assess the verification of the worthiness. So sometimes we can say more discretion is used by the banker or lending institution with regard to assessing the worthiness of the borrower. So they are not provided by any statutory provision which cast obligation. For example, party A and party B both have a similar kind of credential with regard to their credit score. And we may find that the party A has been sanctioned a particular loan by a lending institution. And similar grounds, the party has been denied. So sometimes these kind of issue may arise.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your reflective knowledge with us. The next distinguished to honor us with his presence is Sarath Srivastav to present a paper titled on global benchmarking, the case of Ethiopian footwear industry. Kindly, sir, proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, delegates and members of RIT. My name is Sharad Srivastava. I'm senior consultant at FTDI Noida. Today, my case presentation is about global benchmark, which we implemented in Ethiopia, and this is a sectoral level implementation process, and therefore I will be discussing this case today with the delegates. Let's look at the key abstract of it. The three key takeouts are there. Number one is that we must recognize now that intense competition is already putting a lot of pressure on the cost structure of every whoever is in the business of operation, whether it's government or it's a private organization.
Excuse me, sir. You are not audible.
Sorry. Let me recheck again. Can you hear me now? Please confirm.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I restart again now. So good afternoon, delegates. My name is Sharad Srivastava. I'm senior consultant at Footwear Design and Development Institute in Noida. And today I'm going to make presentation on global benchmarking, which intervention at Ethiopia, the case of Ethiopian footwear industry. Now, as far as abstract is concerned, there are key takeouts for the delegates. Number one, we must recognize the fact that the competition is putting a lot of pressure on every firm, whether it's a government organization or private organization, on the cost structure. Number two is that benchmarking is increasingly being used by the firms to evaluate and improve their own performance, whether it's a quantitative performance modeling or it's a qualitative practices. Number three, which is very important to note, that the long-term approach is only going to help the organization with the enhancing the firm's performance with the long-term impact. Selective approach is certainly not going to work, and only piecemeal application of benchmarking practices are also not helpful. This is what our findings were. So at this paper, I'm going to discuss with the outcome of implementing global benchmark practices, so which were implemented in Ethiopia. So I proceed ahead with the benchmarking now. So first thing first, that we must understand the word dontatsu, which is a Japanese word, and it clearly states that in the English term that is best of the best. So the benchmarking process actually is the real meaning is the best of the best practice to be adopted by the firms. The point over here is that the organization, how the organization should, what organization will be able to achieve benchmarking results are that the organization must be very positive, proactive, and implement benchmarking in a very structured manner, not in halfway through or unstructured modeling, which generally happens. Second thing, whenever a benchmarking process is being implemented, the organization itself converts into learning organization. So therefore, where changes are being adopted by the company, they are always comparing the performance, attaining superior performance, and that actually gives them the competitive advantage. And it can never be a one-time application. It is a continuous process. Every year, every month, it has to be carried out, looking at what their competitors are doing, how better they are doing, and then adopting it to their own environment application. Third thing is, outcome is always in the benchmarking is that you get better profits and higher by reducing your inventories, and return on investments are better. And fourth element is we must recognize to the fact that every organization is unique in terms of resources, the competencies, the type of people who are working there, and type of assets which are available to us, and the environment at the same time. So these are the 4 points which has to be kept in the mind whenever benchmarking interventions are being carried out. So now I'll take all of my delegates to the Ethiopian condition and environment from where this is started. So I will put the fact in front of you. The fact was that the Ethiopian sector, leather sector particularly, had a very good raw material base. If you can look at it, it was 8 million cattle hides, 12 million sheep, and the sheep was the best in the world, not in Ethiopia or Africa, for an example. They were the best in class and very good quality. But the problem was for the government was that there was a very low realization, and raw material was getting exported. So at national level, if you look at the sector, if the raw material is getting exported, that means there is no value. The value chain is very big. So value realization, as far as the footwear is concerned, I can tell you that from X to 5X or 30X, if you are exporting X, that means you are losing balance 4X and 30X altogether. So therefore, there is no
employment creation, no trade benefit you are having, and you do lose the opportunity to earn forex as well. So raw material is also making the domestic companies weaker. UNIDO did the study on the leather sector, and they suggested that the competitiveness of the companies are needed to be enhanced. Then only the sector will be performing better. And therefore, Footwear Design and Development Institute, along with the Central Leather Research Institute, started implementing the government decision and made the intervention to the Ethiopian footwear industry as well as leather sector. Central Leather Research Institute implemented for leather, and Footwear Design and Development Institute implemented for footwear sectors. That I would like to clarify to the entire delegates over here. Now, what was the objective? Objective was very clear. Only it was two objectives. Number one, transform the competitiveness of the firms at the sector as a whole. I'm not talking about a one firm. I'm talking about the sector as a whole. There are multiple firms and there are multiple supply chain players as well in the value chain. At the same time, if you look at the implementation side, the second very clear instruction, objective was that comprehensive action-oriented strategy has to be implemented rather than implementing only piecemeal unsuggestive implementation process. So on your screen, when we entered over here, the factories were the same factory. What you are looking here in the picture 1 and picture 2 on your top right is the transformation which was carried out by changing the entire environment. And if you look at the left side again on the bottom picture of the closing department, and again on the right side, if you look at it, this is the total change in the entire company. What is in front of you? It is a picture of a day, first month, and it is picture after a year what we have done. Coming to it, the second, how we have done the implementation process. See, there was two elements over here. One was at the industry level, another was a sector level. Why it was necessary? The reason was that some of the problems are common to the entire industry as well. That means firm A, firm B, firm C, they all have a common issues which is to be addressed at sector level. So government with the DG Director General national level had two different apex body, one for footwear, one for leather. The company CEO was member of the apex body, whereas CEO himself was responsible for bringing change to the organization in consultation with the technical partner as well as GM industry, wherein subject experts were from FDDI. At the same time, team leaders were from FDDI. And then the implementation process was carried out and changes were brought in. So you can see there were two levels of it. At operational level and strategic level within a firm, there was PIT structure which was working and bringing changes. And at sectoral level, when we had multiple firms to be intervened, then common goals were identified, common intra-firm comparison could be drawn, and better practices could be adopted. Please note that we also used a UNIDO document as well for assessing the global benchmark practice, which I'm bringing it to the next slide. All in all, when you look at the intervention, where we did the intervention actually, so organization level intervention was carried out, design level intervention was carried out. The parameters are just indicative in front of you, like CAD application, pilot production, lead time. These are the parameters which we have taken for evaluating global benchmarking data and practices at the same time. And then material management, inventory turnover, storage, and then we have material control and all. Then we had operation like clicking. Leather cutting is actually clicking, referred in footwear industry. Closing, stitching department, lasting department also, that what are the parameter on which evaluation was to be carried out. All in all, there was approximately more than 350 parameter on which each firm was assessed actually on a global benchmarking scale. And there was exclusions also. I would like to inform to the entire delegates as well over here. Sorry. Wait a moment. Like on the intervention side, we had management structure design. These are the area on the left side of your screen was the area where we did the intervention. Whereas when the financial implications were there, we did not intervene at all. So exclusion was companies' financial structure, marketing and sales. We did not made any intervention. Overhead structure, we could not do it because financial structure was involved. IT was not been carried out. Since the companies were already established, so size and company size and location were not implemented, not taken into the scope. Now look, basically in global benchmark practice, what are the stages? There are only 4. Wherever you implement in any factory, there are only 4 stages. One is measurement, wherein we did the firm's audit and the practice and compare it with the parameters. Then we had a comparison as well, wherein we compare it with the benchmarking practices and we saw what are the gaps in there. So in what parameter, how much gap is there and what is the time required to fill that gap and what are the resources required for it. That was the purpose of doing the comparative process. And then thereafter action plan was prepared. What you can see, a development of action plan. And then learning organization, it was converted into learning organization, wherein system designing is to be carried out, training has to be carried out, competency building has to be carried out, and technical support wherever needed is to be developed, that is being carried out. And thereafter we did the improvement analysis also, interform comparison, looking at it, then further improving it. It became a continual process. On the right, if you look at the indicative parameter over here, we had qualitative and quantitative parameter, which are in design, material usage, production, stitching, clicking, closing, what are the parameter, and how much is the measurable. Some are measurable, some are qualitative data. So there was quantitative data as well as qualitative data practices as well. So we have taken these 2 elements into account. So these are just indicative out of more than 400 data parameters, 350 to 400 company to company parameter. These are the only some I was able to show it to you. Coming to again, what was the outcome of it? Because of the confidentiality clause, I cannot share the name of the company. If you look at the firm, there are 7 firms in front of you. We had a target of global benchmark was 2000, which was supposed to be achieved. What we have got it actually, when some firm has achieved 2,800, some has achieved 1,650, but some achieved 2,200, 2,400 as a stroke. I'm talking about as from the productivity point of view. Overall, at sector level, if you look at it, against 2000, where achievement was 2,350. That means in clicking, we were 17.5% above the target rate. Similarly, for the stitching, we went with 9.38 was sector target. With every company has a different output, and based on that, when we looked at the target, that was different. And then stitching, we were above 8% above the target, and lasting we had a 13% ahead of the target. That means our sectoral target was 14.28. We achieved 16.14, and every company has a different outcome. That is what I was trying to point out, because manufacturing resources are actually different in every company. So therefore, the outputs will always be different. Looking further, rate of rejection, earlier it used, when we did the audit, it was 10% to 15%, but it was when we did 3% was targeted at the organization level. We were able to do it to 0.04, so about 28% lesser impact from the targeted value. And similarly, the material saving, we were able to do 70% more than the target value. So we had 3% target, but we were able to do 5.07% at an average sectoral level. You can see 7.5% material saving to the 5%, 4% level. So every company has a different level of saving of material. On the lighting side, in clicking, we were slightly behind, actually 80% we could achieve. So this was achieved with quantitative data we were able to achieve. On a qualitative data side, we did on inventory management improvement, including linking with the MRP and production planning, operation planning also. Then we did quality assurance modeling and system management also. Entire facility design, what you see here, was developed for each company. The entire resources were rescheduled and redesigned again. Human resource training and competency building through the counterpart and upgradation of knowledge has been carried out. And then we also move ahead with the product development department, which was not existing over there. And for all the companies, we also been able to create a product development department. So this is what you can see. The change process was brought in. The first picture already shows you what we had, and then when you implemented it, it is it helped us to achieve better productivity, better workflow, and attaining global benchmark level what is being set into the project. What is the outcome? That's the real question. If you look now, my problem, what I stated to you, that the raw material was getting exported, the data is in front of you. The data, if you look at it, the entire data of Ethiopian export was lesser export, continuously decreasing of raw material export. The leather export started decreasing. At the same time, if you look at the data of footwear also, if you can see, raw material is totally eliminated in the process. Finished leather started getting exported, which started bringing values to it. So in 5 years before, it was 56 million export and reached to the 116 million export. Leather export was 5 million before at the time of intervention, but after 5 years, it was 34 million, almost 690% rise and more of an output. You can see that leather bags and value proposition is started building up. That means new product range also is started coming up. Today, when you talk about leather shoe export from the Ethiopia, it is already 3.54 million, has crossed 3.54 million. That too 95% from the leather. Word over 60% is non-leather footwear. So only 40% is your leather footwear, which is currently being made. Out of that also 95% is coming from the leather only. That has started helping the sector. So you can look at the export figures also, the 30% drop in the export raw material, and that was a big benefit. That means it is being diverted into directly to making the product also. Government of Ethiopia also opened up for the FDI as well, because sector became much more competitive. They were more confident also, and the FDI also helped them to enhance the export values as well. So what is our conclusion from the entire process? That collective and consistent approach with the long-term vision can bring a better sectoral performance. Also, the support from the FDI also enhances the competitiveness of the sector, any sector, whether we talk about the steel sector or you talk about the electronic sector or any sector you are talking about. It is actual beneficial to that. Benchmarking is organization basis. We cannot implement on the selective department basis, because then the result will be very faint and very difficult to capture actually. Interfirm competitiveness always improves the better sectoral performance. The higher the competition, the better sectoral performance will always be there. You can, and that's a benefit of having benchmarking, continuously doing it and improving upon it. This is the case of India. We are benefited by having 55% of cost benefit. That is what I was trying, would like to bring to your notice to all the delegates, that we do have cost advantage, but market to manufacture to market is 40 days, and that is why, despite being second largest producer, we are 11th in worldwide export. So that's the beauty of it. I would like to thank the entire team which worked on that. I would also like to thank all the delegates and Ms. Sushmita and Chair as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving us such a nice presentation. And basically, during the presentation, you will provide a lot of information regarding of a leather footwear or benefits and some advantages and so on. So basically, there is no question from my side regarding in this particular concept.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your reflective knowledge with us. It will be my honor to invite Satyam Srivastav on a board for intellectual words on paper titled Education 4.0 Footwear Sector Way Forward. Sir, kindly turn on your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just a second. I'll be going to my slide. Yeah. Is that Is that visible now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, again, there is a presentation from footwear side. I know it's a very niche area, and many of you might not be aware regarding the kind of education we have taken up in this sector. In fact, globally, it is happening. So my presentation will be, my paper is basically based on Education 4.0 in footwear sector, which is a way forward. I'm Satyam Srivastava. I'm a senior consultant at Footwear Design and Development Institute, which comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And I have more than 29 years of experience of this sector, especially in academia. I had been playing a major role in developing the curriculum for NSQ level and NSQF level, and for the other countries also, like Ethiopia, South Africa, and other countries. And at FDDI, I was heading the committee which is responsible for developing the curriculum. So with this, I'll go ahead with the abstract. Industry 4.0 has completely changed the dynamics of manufacturing worldwide, and footwear industry is not an exception. The footwear industry was a very labor-intensive industry, and today it is known as a knowledge-intensive industry. Now, since the sector has already embraced education, Industrial Revolution 4.0, IR 4.0, the implementation of Education 4.0 is a very critical need of the sector. Though some of the universities, the institutions have already started implementing it, but that implementation is at a very nascent stage. So the objective of my paper is to focus on the impact of Industry 4.0 in footwear sector and the preparedness of higher level institutions and universities to embrace Education 4.0, which can prepare students for future roles in the globalized knowledge society. I'll just give you a brief about the sector. As we all know that education is the backbone of any sustainable development of any country. And Industrial Revolution has completely changed the face of the footwear industry. Footwear industry, which was very traditional, which was, we can see even today, many of the cobblers sitting on road and making footwear. So this is one of the most traditional industry of the world, which has its presence in Ice Age about 500 million years ago, has completely transformed into an automatic and completely automated industry, which is today the real face of the industry. Application of blockchain, additive manufacturing, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, everything is felt across the globe in the sector. But unfortunately, the innovation and research is happening at industrial side. The institution all over the world has not taken up the research, the application of IR 4.0 in the curriculum, in the methodology, in the development side, in the research side. And that is the reason IR 4.0 has widened the gap between industry and academia. Footwear education has to still embrace IR 4.0. If we look at the footwear industry, this is $1 million industry, and the global market value was $365.5 US billion in 2020, and this is estimated to reach to $530.3 US billion by 2027. Global demand is increasing by CAGR 5%, and out of 22.2 billion pairs produced in 2021, Asia commands 88% of global production. So the entire manufacturing and sourcing base has shifted to Asian countries, and India has been, is being eyed as one of the most potential destination in terms of shifting the manufacturing and sourcing base in Asia Pacific region. India is the second largest producer and consumer of footwear, and the Council of Leather Exports, which is the government agency, says that the current export of 3.6 billion US dollar in 2021 is expected to reach to 30 billion US dollar, has the potential to reach to. And Government of India is putting in many efforts under Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, and they have recognized this sector as the champion sector of the country in terms of export potential and employment generation. India's footprint in global trade can be viewed here. So in spite of being the second largest producer and consumer of footwear, the country still commands only 0.5% share in global trade. And India, 0.5 share in global imports, the global 0.5% share in global imports, and 1.9% share in global exports. So in spite of having so much potential, India is still 11th biggest exporter of footwear and 35th biggest footwear importer to meet the domestic demand. The footwear industry is largely, in India, in Indian context, largely unorganized, with 6.9 billion US dollars, 60% of the presence in unorganized sector and 40% of the presence is organized sector. Again, you can see here that 85% of the industry size consumption is in the for the domestic market. So it reflects that India has a high potential in terms of export earning, in terms of meeting the domestic market need, and the Government of India has a vision to increase the import, to increase the export to 1.6 times. And the footwear market size is expected to reach to 18.2 billion US dollar from 11.5 billion US dollar in 2019. So if you can see here, the domestic production is expected to increase to 1.6 times, and the import is expected to increase again 1.3 times, from 0.77 billion US dollar to 1 billion US dollar by 2025. So the Government of India, different bodies engaged, they have a bigger role to play towards the development of the sector and meeting the industrial requirement or research and innovation that is happening internationally to meet the global demand, to increase the global share, and also to position Brand India product in the global market, Brand India in the global market, which is one of the, one of the most important target of Minister of Commerce and Industry today. As we discussed, that industry has many potentials to grow. Government of India has a strong vision in global, even the global footwear industry is growing at large. And India has potential to employ 11 lakh people by 2030 in this sector, which is currently 4.5 lakh people. So we are really looking for a great change in the sector. Now, talking about, footwear education, this has evolved with industrial revolution. IR 1.0, it has industrial revolution has shifted the agricultural sector, has shifted the people from agriculture to industrial side, and accordingly the education has also shifted. So under IR 1.0, when the industrialization has started, at that time, footwear industry was at a very, very preliminary stage, and there was no formal education in existence. People that time, the industry people, they used to employ child labor, and they were working in a really pathetic condition. So that was the status in IR 1.0. Now, the Industrial Revolution 2.0 has led to mass production, the establishment of production line, and that has led to huge scarcity of new specialized workforce who used to, who can demonstrate competency on at individual workstation in the complete production line. And this has led to emergence of footwear education at institutional level. So that was the time when even FTDI was established by Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And that is how the footwear education started globally. Now, under Education 3.0, lot many automations has taken place. The existence of robotics has come. The computer enabled technology has come. The design, the footwear design, which was completely manual, had shifted from to computer based design. So lot many developments have taken place in the footwear industry, but there was hardly any impact on education. Though if I tell that in terms of infrastructure, the universities, the institutions, they have upgraded the infrastructure, but the methodology of teaching, the methodology of the pedagogy, the assessment pedagogy, the delivery mechanism, that had been hardly impacted. So that was the situation of Education 3.0. That is still the situation of footwear education in globally. Now, as I said, that under Education 3.0, many higher education universities have taken up higher education, and this will just give you a glimpse that University of Arts in London, London, UK, they have started with the master's program. The Montfort University, they have started with the BTech program. Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising, they have started with diploma in footwear design. The La Salle College, Montreal, Canada, they have started with footwear design. There are other institutions as well, but I have taken only the few institutions which have actually, invested a lot in footwear education. Now, FTDI, Footwear Design and Development Institute, have also started bachelor's and master's program in footwear design and production. Even today, the entire education is based on developing competency in 4 areas: task skills, task management skills, how to manage the tasks. So the technical skill, the design skill, the business aspects, and the job role environment skills that we can say as the soft skill development, the leadership, the motivation. So those kind of aspects are being catered even today by different universities and institutions. Now, in line with Education 3.0, or I'll say Education 2.0, where the production line has started, still the education is replicating the same format. If you can see here, there is a need of highly skill-oriented people, and still the knowledge and skill is being developed in these areas like design, cutting, closing, cutting the components, stitching the components, lasting the upper and bottom components to make shoe and finishing. So these are still the main, functional domain of teaching. And besides that, there are key support functions like how to procure, from where to procure, what is the sourcing mechanism, what is inventory management, what is production planning and control, what is the costing method, how the production process has to be controlled, how the quality control mechanism has to be implemented. These are the key support functions that are being taken up at university level or at the institution level to make the student easily acceptable in the industry at mid-management level, or even having a very important career path in the industry. Footwear industry, as I said, footwear education is a highly skill-oriented education, and this expects a close approximation of theory and practice, which is not like a very, very formal education wherein we are learning something through books. And here we have to learn, and we have to see the repercussions. We have to see the practical implementations the next hour. So this is how the structure of footwear education has been developed. And this has to integrate, the academic environment has to be integrated with business reality. So this is the philosophy on which footwear education has been established. As I said, these are the key knowledge and skill areas. So accordingly, the infrastructure has been developed by various institutions for teaching manufacturing processes, for product engineering, for product development, for new technology, product testing, and quality assurance, besides the communication, besides the soft skill development. Now, if you look at the complete, workforce engagement, we can see here that the majority of the workforce, if I say that there is an opportunity of 11 lakh people to work in the sector, the majority of the workforce is, they are working at shop floor level, with 18% of people at at middle management level and 2% people at senior management level. So keeping that into consideration, accordingly, the curriculum has been designed. Now, as I said, that footwear industry is one of the fastest changing industry, and this is very prone to acceptance of industrial revolution. So these are some of the examples wherein we can see that the IR, the major drivers of IR, that is blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, everything. I mean, these are the major drivers, and these drivers have been embraced by the footwear industry. This is one example wherein, Japan-based company, they have developed a 3D sandal to aid recovering athletes in the after performance phase. Now, this is one example wherein Danish shoemaker, they have developed 3D printers. And this is again a very crucial development if we talk about the prototype, the time taken by the industry to develop prototype and actually meet the expectation of the global market. So 3D printing technology is there, application of robotics is there. Already Adidas has started with the application of robotics, and they have started with smart factory, one in China and one in Taiwan, I believe. And they have, this way they have achieved the efficiency on production floor. These are some other examples like self-lacing shoe, smart shoe, Under Armour. Self-lacing shoe has, they have embedded sole sensors, which senses the moment you put the foot inside the footwear, and automatically the algorithm, triggers the automatic lacing to close the shoe. So there are many developments, smart shoes, which gives you the fatigue, the number of steps you have taken, the kind of gait you are having while walking. So all these kind of informations, all these kind of implementations, the applications of LED light and lot many things have already taken place in the industry. But unfortunately, these major developments have taken place at industrial level. There was no involvement of institutions across the globe. Now, we talk about education 4.0, because that is what my topic is, that how to implement education 4.0 in footwear sector. So I'll be just discussing some of the basic features like education 4.0. We already know that it is driven by industry 4.0 and its associated need. So there is a need of highly skilled people, flexible, emotionally and socially intelligent professionals who can understand the requirement of tomorrow, and they can accommodate the need of highly skilled people in the industry. We know that job polarization has to take place. So there will be either low skill, low wage, and high skill, high wage. The mid-level will be collapsing. Now, it will be important for individual associated with the sector that whether they want to stick with low wage and low skill, or they want to move towards high wage and high skill. So there is no other midway. Job polarization will be a very, very important feature under IR 4.0. Employability to be completely proportional to skill parameter. IR 4.0 is 100% skill based. So employability depends on skill. It has nothing to do with the kind of, it has to be more skill oriented than education oriented. Rise of non-traditional student with varying attributes. Now the kind of development, the kind of, potential the sector is commanding, there will be rise of non-traditional student. The student who, who don't follow a regular path of coming from school to college and then to higher education. It has to, many people who are engaged in the sector, who have not taken the formal education, would like to acquire the skill. So there will be a rise of non-traditional students. Uncertainty around future to a new education demand. Definitely, as I said, that the industry will be taking a new turn. The production process will be taking a new turn, and the skill present will not be sufficing the need. So there will be new education demand, and the educational institute will have to cater. The VUCA world and G generation will again be a driving feature for education 4.0. There will be growth of M education, mobile education, and there will be possibility to create an ecosystem of collaboration for research and geographical boundaries, crossing the geographical boundaries. We need to, this was said by Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, that we need to replace, old education standards with an educational framework that combines knowledge with the 21st century skill. This is very important, that combining the knowledge with 21st century skill of creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. So it is not only learning the technical aspects, it is also about combining the art, the critical thinking, the art and craft in the engineering side. The future of education could be an amalgamation of transformation driven by Education 4.0, NEP 2020, present pandemic, emerging student needs, and new technologies, says UNICEF in World Economic Forum on Education 4.0 India. So as we said, the key features are student-centric approach, competency-based learning will take place, multidisciplinary orientation has to happen, problem-driven learning has to take place, collaborative learning has to take place, tech-enabled learning has to take place, experience-based learning will be promoted, but as I said, that our curriculum is already built in a way wherein the theoretical aspect can be immediately, practiced. We can immediately see the practical implementation of that aspect through our in our education system. So continuous learning has to be promoted. Formative assessment has to be encouraged. Tailor-made learning paths, shift of instructor-trained model to interactive model is again a very, very important feature of Education 4.0. Innovative and interactive teaching methods led to demand for MOOC and personalization of learning experience to be facilitated through technology. If we talk about the skill, we have seen there that the skill level is different. The skill level was majorly focusing on technology side, on design side, and on communication skill. But IR 4.0 has given rise of a completely, different skill set. It has to be an amalgamation of knowledge, of your skill, and of your attitude. This is very important. So the skill needed will be discipline-specific competency and transferable skills. Now, we talk about discipline-specific skills. These are a combination of technical skill. These are a combination of design skills, design competency, and business competency. So IoT interfaces, cloud solutions, everything has to be taken care of, and the digital dexterity and literacy has to be must under Education 4.0. Now, if we talk about transferable skills, it can be defined as problem solving skills. It can be defined as soft skills, system thinking, business thinking, and technical literacy. So system thinking is understanding, the entire understanding the business on a broader spectrum. So we need to understand, we need to be very much informed before taking decision regarding the impact of the decision on society and the environment. So that kind of skill needs to be developed. Business thinking, one needs to understand the business aspects, the commercial value, the commercial aspects of the business, and the, accordingly taking the business strategy. So that has to be developed through the education system. Technological literacy, one needs to understand the usage of technical, tools in through the education. Soft skill, bringing empathy and emotional intelligence as key factors to bring technology into real life situation. Now, empathy and emotional intelligence, we are moving from IR 4.0 towards IR 5.0, and that is emotional quotient. We are moving from emotional quotient to social quotient. We are moving towards SQ. We are moving from EQ to SQ. So all these kind of things need to be developed. The skill needs to be imparted under education 4.0. Creative thinking, critical thinking, analytical thinking, experimentation and decision making, everything has to be inclusive. If we see here, as we can see here, transferable skills for Industry 4.0 is a combination of tech literacy, problem solving skills, and business thinking. So based on this model and the orange ones, they are the,
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but your time has been exceeded. Kindly conclude.
Yeah, please. So if we talk about, these are the key areas of mismatch. The intention is to move from VUCA world to VUCA, which is vision, understanding, commitment, and agility. So curriculum development framework has to take place, understanding the 8 elements which are integrated: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, strategy, collaboration, content, learning, delivery, assessment, recognition, and quality. These are the key challenges that we are facing when we talk about embracing education 4.0. So lack of trained resources, cybersecurity, cost implications, lack of collaborations, knowledge gap for customization of curriculum, slow response of the institution. These are the things that we are missing, and the way forward, we have to take up all these, challenges to move ahead with the sector. So since majority of research and innovation is happening, education 4.0 is critical to stay alive in this age. Now, the key takeaways is Industry 4.0 in footwear sector demands a profound change in the education system. Footwear industry is skill-based, need of HEIs to reflect a high degree of commitment and agility. Usage of digital technology and digital dexterity is must, and we need to develop curriculum based on the important factors that we have discussed just now. As IR 4.0 will lead to polarization in employment with the end of middle-level job, it is important for HEs to take pragmatic approach towards embracing education 4.0. Thanks a lot for listening to me and for being here. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful presentation regarding in the education 4.0. Basically, you will provide a lot of information to us. So I think there is no need for any kind of a query in this particular presentation. So thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insightful knowledge with us.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Now is the time to cheer the strength of the next researcher. For that, I would like to invite Shravani Dhamne to present a paper titled on fire detection alarm system. Kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the paper that we have, the presentation is on fire detection alarm system. These are my co-authors. I am Shravani Dhamne, and our project guide is Professor Prajakta Dandavate. So the abstract of this paper is the fire detection alarm system comprises of different electronic and electrical equipments, which is being developed by using ESP32 module and flame sensors. The main objective of this project is to avoid fire incidents and fulfill two major requirements, that is protection of life and protection of property. So the project has used embedded C programming language to program ESP32 with Arduino IDE, and we have used IFERP server to get the to give the message to the user through email. So this is the description of our project. So what are the components that we have used? So first we have used ESP32 module. This is a integrated Wi-Fi and provides dual mode Bluetooth connectivity. Then there is a flame sensor that we have used. The range of the operating range of this sensor is -40 degrees to +125 degrees. We have used Arduino IDE to program the ESP32. Then we have used embedded C programming language that has been used in Arduino IDE. And we have used IFERP server to send the mail to the user about the fire detection notification. This is the block diagram of our system. So first the fire will get detected, then the temperature sensor will get activated, or the flame sensors. Then the buzzer will get activated and the signal will be sent to the ESP32. The ESP32 is connected to the server, that is IFERP. The server then will send the message to the user. So the conclusion of the, I would like to conclude it like the fire detection system is safe and user-friendly. It has a good accuracy and precision, and it can be used in different industries and malls and homes. And the future scope of our project is like we can use it in detecting of LPG gas and natural gas if it get leaks with the use of smoke detectors. Thank you. This is the papers that we have referred. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to request session chair to raise question.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there is any issue in the presentation?
No, sir. Sir, you can raise question.
Okay. So basically, it's a very short presentation. Okay, so what's a good name?
My name is Shravani Dhamni.
Okay, so are you working on this particular topic, fire system, right?
Yes, we are working. We have developed it in like 3 months back.
Okay, so in my knowledge, I think this particular topic is already worked in the real life problems, right?
Yes, but in this we have used ESP32 module that has a Wi-Fi integrated. So we have referred many research papers in which they have used different microcontrollers, but specifically we have used ESP32.
Okay, so can you tell me about uses of a microcontroller in this particular concept? How you can provide a fire safety by the help of a microcontroller capacity?
Actually, with the help of microcontroller, we have just integrated it with Arduino IDE. So for the code, what we have written for the system, for that we have used the ESP32, which has Wi-Fi inbuilt. So when you switch on your phone, so from the from the hotspot, it will get activated.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Beena John GB to present a paper titled on electronic health records in healthcare, a bibliometric analysis. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself and move towards your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes.
And my screen, is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, everything is fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Dr. Beena GB. I would like to present on the topic electronic health records in healthcare. This is a bibliometric analysis which has been done. I'm currently an associate professor working with International Institute of Management and Human Resource Development affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University. Electronic health record has become very important, especially after COVID. Now, during COVID time, it was found that health records of all patients, it had to be digitally revolutionized so that we could offer some, 2-3 doctors can look into it and come out with the right solution for their respective health needs. So this health records, because it is electronic, it has not been implemented much in underdeveloping countries and developing countries, but mainly these studies are being done in developed countries. Now to proceed with the abstract. Healthcare providers, all organizations are changing their records and they are trying to use it with the help of electronic health records. Now this is mainly because with electronic health records, it is easy for better patient care, efficiency of the doctors can be increased, privacy, security, efficacy is also increased. Along with it, we have patient-centeredness, timely communication, and it is able to be completed on time. These are the various advantages of electronic health records. So mainly we can find that electronic health records are patient-centered and they are real-time records that allow only authorized users to access the information immediately and securely. So when authorized users are able to get these electronic records, because it is real-time records, the right solutions can be given for the problems. But for the electronic health records to be successful, it has to be implemented properly. And for this, we require IT network, software, and hardware to increase the efficiency, the improvement in the quality in how it is being provided, safety, and consumer cost is reduced. So this particular present study, it helps to incorporate the articles found in literature. It is a secondary study. And we have used the bibliometric method to examine the literature on electronic health record that has been published from 2010 to 2022. And we have identified the literature from the database of PubMed. And we had, based on our objectives, the 40 papers had been collected. The description of how the procedure had been done in the stage 1. In records, we have 41,467 articles which are related to electronic health records. After deletion of duplicates and other filters, we had 352. And in the final stage, we had 40 studies for descriptive study. Now, if we look into the annual scientific production, we can see that after 2019, the studies in electronic health records have increased substantially. Though there was few studies earlier, from 2013, there are many studies which has increased. And after 2019-20, the number of studies have increased exponentially. Now, if we look into the word cloud of the data we had collected, we can see that there has been a lot of changes which has happened in the way treatment of humans are happening. And there is use of big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., and which is especially used in electronic health records. Along with it, confidentiality of the users have to be taken, the computer security needs, etc., the threats, etc., has to be taken care of. But there are lots of opportunities which are there in this sector. Out of the 44 articles which we had researched, there were 20 journals which had the maximum number of articles from 2010 to 2022. And these are the statistics relating to the journal publications relating to electronic health records. In the co-occurrence network, the maximum usage of the words, it has been done, and it has been found that electronic health records, the numbers have been consistently increasing, and the maximum number of studies have been taken in United States and developed countries. The conceptual structure mapping is shown over here. Now, this is a cluster analysis to understand the relevant transformations which are happening in the electronic healthcare in records and along with their relationship. So from the matrix, we can see the various areas where electronic health records are substituting or helping. So it is increasingly helping in decision support for registries, for production of results reproductively, for drug repositioning, especially during COVID, which drug to use was not able to be identified also for some time. So all these records help for easy identification of the various relationships which can be done because it is an electronic data. The thematic map of the data collected, it shows the 4 quadrants, and the electronic health records are a major theme which is nowadays seen in many of the data which we have collected. And mainly it is related to data care medicine, clinical benefits implementation, and various types of innovations in medication safety, etc. Now, with the help of electronic records, the clinicians and the doctors' burnout also to a certain extent can be reduced because it is very timely and anybody can assess it easily and the right decision can be given out very fast. So even the burnout factor can be reduced considerably with these electronic data. So to conclude, I would say that this is a very novel concept which has been implemented. Earlier, it was there from 2010, but especially after the COVID, when there was a shortage of doctors, especially, and there was a shortage of nurses and the resources because everything was under pressure. We need something where we could someone could give us offer health solutions. And along with that, the patients required substitute interactions with other doctors to make sure that they are getting the right treatments, etc. So with this, the technology acceptance has become very, very important for both the healthcare sector as well as the consumers. And there is lots of acceptance which is going on in this area, but because of the security aspect and other aspects, it has to be made sure that it is properly implemented with proper development of hardware, software, and other security measures. So there is lots of studies which is being happening in this area, but it is less scattered, and it's increasingly getting used in healthcare. But the current study shows that the current situation, how these applications are becoming important, and it will not be very far before these applications will be used worldwide very soon. When we were going through the literature study, we found that there was not much studies relating to emerging nations, which could be located because the countries which were in coordination with the United States for such studies was all developed countries. So it demonstrates that many of the majority of the studies are in developed countries, and still there is some time before we could implement it in our country. So this is our future research area which we could implement. These were the few of the references which we had used, and thank you.
Okay, ma'am. So thank you very much, and no questions from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable knowledge with us.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Revati C to present a paper titled on an analysis of exploratory buying behavior tendency of SUV car. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself. Revati C, are you there? I think she is not here. Now let's do the move. I would like to invite Melisha Raz A to present a paper titled on a study on workforce diversity in the field of automobile industry. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all gathered here. I had done my study based on the topic diversity in workforce in the field of automobile industry. Myself, Ms. Melisha, working as an assistant professor at St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering in the Department of MBA. So here, this study helps us to understand the management scenario of workforce diversity in the field of automobile industry. Though India stands first in the manufacture of truck producer, and second in bus producing, and third in truck producer, here I had chosen 5 heavy truck manufacturing companies for this analysis. So from out of these 5 industries, I had chosen 150 employees as a sample size. And I have used the statistical tools, percentage analysis and chi-square analysis as a analysis part. So here with increase in globalization and migration, managing diversity in the workforce is becoming more and more important in today's life. So for what reason I had gone for this study means, as we know that not only in automobile industry, most of the working industries are facing diversity in workforce based on their gender, race, culture, region, religion, and so on. Because while working in an industry, if it consists of people from various scenarios, by sure it will generate more ideas. And in analysis part, I had chosen 2 things, the percentage analysis and chi-square analysis. So under percentage analysis, there are 2 main things. What are they means? Diversity of workforce, which includes race, gender, culture, region, religion. And the second part is done with job satisfaction. And under chi-square analysis, for analysis for both job satisfaction and diversity workforce has done. And here in this study, I had found out there are problems which arise in the form of maintaining work culture, communication barriers, less trust, the cost of accommodation, and so on. As we know, where a lot of people who are working in the same place means there automatically arose a cultural difference or a communication barriers. So it will become a common problem. And through this study, I suggest the management to encourage the diversified talents to work together to improve productivity. So under objectives of the study, I have chosen 2 main objectives. What are they means? To understand the various dimensions of workforce diversity. So here the various dimensions in our country, there are various religions, various cultures, various languages. Okay, so that is various dimensions of workforce diversity. And the second one is to identify the benefits of workforce diversity and the level of job satisfaction to the organization. So the benefits of work diversity means if an organization consists employees from various culture or a various regions, there comes a cluster of ideas. Okay, so it will help the organization to move forward, or it will give a new idea or a new growth to the organization. And here I had found out maintaining work culture, communication barriers are some of the problems. And in the data analysis part, I had identified that most of the working employees are male, and the main age group which are working here are 20 to 40, and the major work experience which they cover are 10 to 12 years. So here from the findings of this study, hiring a diversified workforce can definitely lead to improved productivity. I can assure you that if an organization consists diversified employees, definitely it will give improvement to productivity. But also, if not managed properly, not only the management, but the employees are also feeling some problems like diversity variables, because if you are working in an area, the employees will vary based on their age, education, and so on. And here what I suggest is, I suggest the management to encourage the employees to work diversified. So I conclude my study by saying that every management can develop cross-cultural and diversity-oriented models. And here I had mentioned some of the references which I had used for the study. And thank you all. That's all about my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for giving us such a wonderful presentation. And I hope you are working well on this particular concept.
Thank
So
you,
can you tell me something about a uniqueness in the field of automobile industry regarding this project?
If diversified workforce is diversified employees are working in the industrial field means, by sure they will get new ideas.
Okay. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a spectacular session by you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
The next distinguished to honor us with the presence of Thanarat Prasirvit to present a paper on comparative analysis of environmental impact between online shopping and on-site shopping in Thailand. So kindly open your camera and unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thanarat Prasirvit. Yes, I would like to share my screen. Okay. Yes, my name is Thanarat Prasirvit. I'm from Thailand, and today my subject is comparative analysis of environmental impact between online shopping and on-site shopping in Thailand. Yes, since the e-commerce sales has been increased, the change are not only increased in creating the value in the supply chain, but also making a big amount of waste from the packaging, energy consumption, and pollution from the vehicle use. There are two main objective research. The first one is to study the activity along the process of online shopping and on-site shopping that create the carbon footprint. And the second one is to compare the value of carbon footprint between online shopping and on-site shopping. For a research methodology, firstly, I explore and evaluate the value of the carbon footprint and on this part, I use the life cycle assessment or LCA and the multi-color simulation method to analyze the process. And then I calculate the value of the carbon footprint, then compare the value of the carbon footprint between online shopping and on-site shopping. To evaluate the value of carbon footprint, so I calculate it in terms of the kilogram carbon dioxide equivalent. And the formula is activity data multiplied by emission factor. And emission factor refers to Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization or TGO. Then to analyze the value of the carbon footprint, I use an approach of life cycle assessment discipline or LCA to manage the process from cradle to grave, which the process starts from raw material receiving, production, distribution, using, and disposal. The first one is online shopping process. The process of online shopping is starts from the product is produced from the factory and ready to sell. When the customer buy the product by pressing an order on the online platform, then the product has been sent out from the seller's warehouse to the customer hand. After the customer use the product, then it has to be disposed by the landfill method. When have a look in the first two processes, which are material receiving and production process. The core value of the online shopping is the product has to send individually to the customer address, so the protective packaging has to add in. The additional packaging include parcel box, plastic bag, paper bill, label, and tape. So the value of the carbon footprint from the process of material receiving is 1.0563, and the transportation process is 0.0036, and the production process is 3.0536 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. And the next step is buying process. The data analysis from similar web found that the famous shopping online application in Thailand are Shopee and Lazada, with duration of using an application around 6 minutes per person, and the mobile phone is the famous device. After pressing an order, a logistic provider come to pick the parcel from warehouse to the marketplace platform. Distance is measured from the Google Map around 40 kilometers with the four-wheel truck. And then a third-party logistic provider come to pick up the parcel from platform DC to third-party logistic DC. The distance is measured from the Google Map with around 20 kilometers with the six-wheel truck. And then third-party logistic DC dispatch the parcel to the depot. The distance is around 56 kilometers with the four-wheel truck. And the depot dispatch the parcel to the user with the four-wheel truck. On this part, I use multi-color simulation method with the 1000 readiness to find the distance, and found that the trip take around 11.51 kilometers. And from this process, the carbon footprint is from the buying process is 0.0012, and warehouse to platform DC is 0.0179, and from platform DC to third-party logistic DC is 0.0094, and third-party logistic DC to depot is 0.0223, and depot to user is 0.0046 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. And the last two steps of online shopping are using and disposal process. After the product delivered to the customer, the product is unwrapped and unwanted, and the product is already used. On this research, the selected product is cleaned by hand. When the product is unwrapped and unwanted, then it has to be disposed by the landfill method. The value of the carbon footprint from the process of clean by hand is 0.0001, and the disposal process is 0.3183 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. So in total, the online shopping create the carbon footprint around 4.4873 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. And another process is on-site shopping. The process of on-site shopping is started from the product is produced from the factory and sent to on-site store. The process is the customer come to store to select the product, buy and grab it back home. After the product is used, then it's disposed by landfill method. For the first two steps of on-site shopping, material receiving and production process is almost similar to the online shopping, but no need more special additional packaging. So the value of the carbon footprint from the material receiving is 0.9739, and the transportation is 0.003, and the production process is 3.0536. And the next process is buying process. For the on-site shopping, the transportation part play an important role to deliver the product from the warehouse to the shopping center with the four-wheel truck. On this part, I use the multi-color simulation method with 1000 randomness to find the distance to dispatch the product from the shopping center to the dispatch to the shopping center, and found that the trip take around 131.18 kilometers with the four-wheel truck. And the second part is the vehicle that customers select to go to store. From the data collection, there are 4 vehicle types that customers use to go to the store, which are the private car, motorbike, bus, and taxi. And the most favorite vehicle used are private car around 92%, motorbike 4%, bus 3%, and taxi 1%. On this step, I also use the multi-color simulation method with 1000 randomness to find the distance that customers select to go to store. And the trip take around 13.76 kilometers from customer house to store. So the value of the carbon footprint from the process of warehouse to shopping center is 0.036, and customer to shopping center is 0.0049 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. And the last 2 steps of on-site shopping are using and disposal process. It is the same as online shopping method, but the packaging is less than. So the value of the carbon footprint from clean by hand process is 0.0001, and disposal process is 0.1986. And in total, the on-site shopping create the value of the carbon footprint around 4.2701 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. Then compare the value of carbon footprint generated from online and on-site shopping to prove the data from distribution process, whether the mean of the carbon footprint between 2 different shopping methods is equal or not. So I use the 2 sample t-test at significant level of 0.05. New hypothesis stand for 2 populations mean are equal, and alternative hypothesis stand for 2 populations mean are not equal. Since the p-value is less than significant level at 0.05, then reject the new hypothesis. It can be said that the mean of carbon footprint between these 2 populations is different. So after I calculate, then compare the value of carbon footprint from all activities, both online and on-site shopping. A carbon emission from activities of online shopping is 4.4873, and from on-site shopping is 4.2701 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. It can be seen that the online shopping produces the carbon footprint more than on-site shopping from the process of material receiving, distribution, and disposal. It is because the core value of online shopping is to serve the product parcel directly to customer hand. So additional packaging is an important part that generate the carbon footprint in the activity of material receiving and disposal, which make an emission more than on-site shopping 0.083 and 0.1197 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalent respectively. At the same time, another important process that create a carbon footprint is the distribution process. It is because many changes of the product, many changes of the transportation play an important role to take care the order delivered to the customer hand completely. An emission value of a delivery process that online shopping generate more than on-site shopping is 0.0145 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. So in conclusion, the online shopping create carbon footprint more than on-site shopping around 0.2172 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents. This is all of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am, for giving a very nice presentation. And basically,
you
your
very
topic
much.
is very good. As you
Thank
know, in today's market, the concept of e-commerce is very important. And as you
Yes.
know, digital marketing concept is a very important for promotion.
Yes.
So, how you can say your e-com concept is different with another e-com concepts?
Actually, for my part, I calculate the data in terms of the fashion category. From this part, I think maybe it is because the chain of the fashion is complex more than the just only food delivery. So I select this chain to do the carbon footprint calculation.
Okay. So any other concept of customer satisfaction in your particular concept?
For the customer satisfaction, I think it's this because of the online shopping. We have to take care about the product sent to the customer. We have to take care so well to protect it from the broken or damage or anything that when we send to the customer, we have to send it very good condition. So the condition of the packaging is very important, and it is the way the main part that create the carbon footprint.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your great knowledge with us. That was really an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Now is the time to encourage the spirit of the next researcher. For that, I would like to invite on board Dr. Megha Chauhan to present a paper titled on Impact of National Education Policy on Higher Education, an Empirical Study in the Changing Academic Environment. So, ma'am, kindly turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just trying to share my screen over here.
Ma'am, please turn on your camera.
Sir, I informed Sai that I won't be able to do so as I'm not in the best phase of my health these days. I'm on medical leave.
Okay.
And also I'm not able to speak much. So I'm really sorry about it, sir.
No
I'm
issue.
really
No
sorry.
issue. Okay.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen now.
Am I audible, ma'am?
I'm just trying. Yes, sir, you are. You are audible, sir.
Yeah. Are you sharing your screen or not?
Sir, I am trying to. I am. I mean, but the system is asking me to leave the meeting and join again. So is my screen visible now? Is it
No, ma'am.
visible?
Not yet.
It is. It is not. Okay. So now it should be. Is it visible now, sir?
Yes, it's visible.
Is it visible now? Okay. I'm so sorry for the delay, sir. I'm really sorry. Okay. So the topic which I'm going to discuss today is based upon the national education policy. Basically, I intend, though it is not a very uncommon topic first to start with, but yes, why I chose this topic to do the research, because I really wanted to dig into the normal public space, and I really wanted to know what exactly do they expect out of this national education policy. So I just had two very, very broad objectives in my mind before I start to work on this topic. First was that what is the crux that why exactly do we need a new education policy in place? And secondly, what is the strategical significance of the parameters which I would identify during the course of that particular research? So to start off, a key highlight, the highlighted points, the abstract. First and foremostly, why exactly do we need the new education policy? At the very first stage is that the last education policy was in the year 1986, and we know that it has been more than 30 years, that we had any new education policy in place. So yes, we do need a new education policy, and the main crux of this new education policy, like talking from a very, very practical perspective, it gives the flexibility to the student. It enhances or rather, it broadens the area from the student's perspective. It gives, of course, it gives the option to do a degree in an online mode. So it is beyond the geographical foundation. So yes, new education policy is very, very strong, as to say, very strong document if put in place. So yes, that is what formulated and when I went to the literature review, I understood that yes, there are authors, there are writers who are speaking in for for this policy.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please, sir, sure.
Yeah, ma'am, basically you are facing some health issues. So can you show the research methodology and the objectives only?
Yes, sir. Sure. So the research methodology which was adopted for conducting this study, sir, this study is descriptive in nature because already a lot been known about this topic, not an exploratory research. The data was collected from 150 respondents. That's the weakness of the study because I wasn't able to collect the data at a very, very large scale. Since me and my husband are both into education sector, so we collected the data from 150 respondents with the help of a proper structured questionnaire. Our respondents are the range of the students. The respondents are they range from the students who are studying in colleges, postgraduate students, PhD students, and also the wards whose kids are in school. So that's what inculcated the sample of the research of this program. The sampling design which was adopted was the convenient sampling design along with the simple random sampling. The main objectives of my study was to analyze the reason and to find the factor and also the expectations of the public from this, the expectation in the terms of impact of this education policy on the education. So I guess. So yes, sir, if we look at the results of the most important impact or the most important reason which came out, which highlighted was that the higher education, it is going to define the social position of the country in terms of education at the global level, because it was estimated in one of the reports that by 2030 we are expected to have around 70% population in the age group or ranging from 0 to 25 or maybe 30. So yes, if we are considering them as the future of our country, so it's very important to educate them in a proper manner. So there are certain factors which outshine in the research. For example, it is going to contribute to the intellectual growth of the country, and it is very, very imperative for the educational institution to offer multidisciplinary courses. In coming 10 years, yes, India is expected to produce a productive group of intellectuals. Hence, we should be able to teach them, and if we are expecting an outcome from our youth. So accordingly, we should expect the same type of delivery to the youth. So now comes the practicality of the study, that how exactly is it practical at this stage? Where do we stand now? Now, I would like to cite some very, very practical example to say so. I was discussing an EP new education policy with the teacher of my toddler. I have a toddler who studies in kindergarten. So she was like, yes, the new education policy is indeed, it has very, very strong points. But the problem with this policy is, the challenge with the policy lies with its implementation. That is where we are we are, if we can foresee in the implementation of NEP, so yes, the implementation while a part is going to be a bit challenging for us. For example, if we see a classroom, if class has a strength of 20 to 40 students, they are expected to have at least 5 to 6 mother tongues. So if we can see, we cannot have the teachers, if we are expecting the students to be taught in their mother tongue at the initial year, so we cannot have the expert teachers from each and every field to teach the students in their respective mother tongue. So yes, the problem would lie at the implementation level of this NEP, and the conclusion is that there is huge acceptability in the public when it comes to new education policy. The public is ready to accept the change, given that we are able to acclimatize school and we are able to implement it in a well-structured and formal manner. So that was all from my side, and I really apologize for this presentation and for not able to open up the video and for not able to speak up well during the presentation. I apologize, sir.
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah.
Audible, sir.
So you complete your presentation or anything is left?
So I have completed my, sir. I intended to speak more and show less, so that was also. And the time was 8 to 10 minutes, so that's it.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
The next distinguished to honor us with his presence is Ms. Ipshita Rai to present a paper titled On Trade Labor Dichotomy, a case of mismanagement in global world. Kindly unmute yourself and turn on the camera.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. Ma'am, am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a minute. So I guess my screen is visible, is it?
Yes.
Right. Is it full screen? I am unable to understand that. It's full screen now, right? Okay, so I'll start. So from the title of my paper, you can see that it's not exactly technical matter, and moreover, it is related to human rights and sociological aspect. But I would like to point out to every stakeholder of international trade that trade cannot operate without labor. In that context, I would like to start my presentation with pictures. This is the first picture, and I hope all of you can see the level of discontentment on the people, on the face of the people who are sitting or who are visible on this picture. Similarly, excuse me, the second picture, which I want to show, can make you realize that people are protesting against certain rights, and specifically these rights are related to work area or employment related rights. Now, with the help of these two pictures, I want to showcase that the condition of labor in the world is not being appreciated. Their basic rights are not being appreciated. They're not being given dignified living or source of employment. And I want to show why this is happening. So to show this context, I have to go back to the idea of globalization. And as all of you know, globalization is a word which is very frequently used, and it can take different color and different shape in different contexts. So for my presentation, I would like to stick to the idea of liberalization. And in case of international trade, we always talk about integrating the world, removing the borders, international borders, and creating one single world market rather. Now, in this context, you will find that economic integration talks about free flow of all factors of production. That includes capital, labor, and other factors. But if we look at the current scenario, you'll find the whole idea of economic integration is primarily trying to promote capital mobility. And exactly, ironically, or rather contrarily, you can say, movement of labor is being restricted. Now, this is the primary reason that labor of our world are suffering. Now, I want to show certain context to this statement. First of all, you can see the whole idea of economic liberalization or economic globalization talks about Ricardian theory. And the very assumption of Ricardian theory is labor is immobile, whereas capital is perfectly mobile. In this context, one more essential idea is TINA model of globalization. TINA stands for there is no alternative. Now, according to the supporters of this theory, the idea is world can gain only through trade, and trade will generate capital. That capital or wealth will be distributed by way of trickle-down syndrome or trickle-down effect. In other words, once the wealth is created, it will be distributed among all members, all players of international trade. Now, this whole idea of international trade has been discussed, negotiated, and deliberated upon for past 70 to 80 years since GATT 1947. So it is high time we ask whether this trickle-down effect is visible in real scenario or not. I would like to quote two recent studies. One is by Kaufdoller, one of the famous and renowned economists, and he has shown the clear dichotomy between labor and trade. And when I say labor and trade, I'm talking about labor mobility and capital mobility. In past 50 years, the quantum of trade increased by 30%, and that includes investment. Whereas the quantum of international migrants, including migrant workers, increased only mere 1%. So why there is this kind of differential treatment for labor that is also a factor of production? It is true that according to the Declaration of Philadelphia 1944, labor should not be treated as a commodity. But at the same time, the labor must be respected for its basic human rights. Another study which I wanted to show is by Piketty, another renowned French economist. He has published a study in 2014 where he has shown it is true that economic globalization has resulted into creation of wealth, but that wealth has been retained in the developed countries. So 80 to 90% of the world wealth lies in the developed countries. So there is no concrete evidence of any trickle-down effect which is being sold to all of us. And when I say all of us, I'm referring to all the developed countries and all those who are working, all those who are part of labor, thereby creating capital. Now let's talk about the dealing, why this dealing has been done and what is the context of the dealing. Again, this dealing is primarily between trade and labor. First of all, if you look at all the agreements of WTO, you'll find WTO is primarily silent about labor-related concerns, including any kind of right of collective bargaining, dignified living, minimum wages, social security, and every other aspect of labor concern. There are only two aspects which are dedicated to labor. First one is in the PML, where it has been said that it's the duty of the WTO to raise employment, scope of employment. And the second one is Article 20, where they have talked about prison labor. Apart from this, immediately after formation of WTO in 1995, all supporters and members, mostly all members, and when I say members, I'm talking about the developed nations, said we are not ready to actually connect trade with labor concerns. This was declared in the ministerial conference held in the year 1996 at Singapore. With this dealing, ILO has been made the sole authority to set labor standards. Now let's see the consequences of this dealing. Now, if we compare the dispute resolution system of ILO with WTO, you will find that WTO is having a very strong dispute resolution system where any complaint can be heard. Definitely the matter should be related to trade. And there is a binding decision on the part of WTO DSB. DSB stands for Dispute Resolution Body. On the other hand, when you talk about ILO, the whole method is only persuasive in nature. Most of the time, countries are not even ready to ratify the conventions. At the same time, even if they ratify the convention, they are allowed to denounce or de-ratify the convention anytime they want. It has been observed by recent studies like Samwer or Halper, where you will find there is a clear gap between de facto and de jure labor conditions of countries. When I say de jure and de facto labor condition, I'm referring to the idea or the actual treatment of labor within a state. So for the manner of implementing a convention, it has been done on the paper, but there is no clear implication on the laborers. So in this context, you can see there is a clear differential treatment on the part of capital and labor. This is resulting into a severe crisis for developing nations. How? We have these developing countries in the middle. On one hand, the model of liberalization is saying that all national regulations must be removed so that capital can move freely. At the same time, they're also saying that doing business at ease is the concern of every nation. So with this idea in mind, firms are moving to the countries where they are getting cheap labor, and that is primarily developing countries. On the other hand, when these firms are moving to the developing countries, the developed countries are putting the blame on the same very countries, saying that they are starting a race to the bottom. When I say race to the bottom, I'm referring to the situation which is not upholding the basic rights of human dignity. So the same blame is being placed twice on the developed countries, on the developing countries by the developed countries. So this way, developing nations or economies are transferring into manufacturing hubs for the industrial countries, thereby creating a problem for us. Now, if we apply the same logic to the individual laborer or individual worker, on the top you'll find liberalization. By liberalization, social protection laws are being removed. So minimum working hour, then permanent position, then other benefits like medical and other similar benefits are being taken away in the name of doing business, thereby creating the concern economy into a manufacturing hub, which reduces wages for the labor. At the same time, these laborers are not even allowed to cross international borders so that they can find a suitable area where they will be paid well for their skill or semi-skill. As they are being restricted within a single country, it is leading to a situation of neo-slavery or modern slavery, which is more harmful than the actual slavery. The reason is, it's very difficult to identify, it's veiled, it's curtained. So in this context, I would like to conclude by saying that right of mobility should be given to the laborers just the way it has been given to the firms, international firms, for using their comparative advantage. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to request session chair to raise question.
No, ma'am, no questions from my side. Thank you.
Moving on to our next author. The next distinguished to honor us with his presence is Kalpesh V. Joshi to present a paper titled on facial detection and recognition using Python. Please kindly turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Thank you. Shantanu Betawal, you are not audible. Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shantanu Betawal, and I'm going to present today's presentation about the facial detection and recognition using Python. I'll just take a minute and share my screen accordingly. So I'd like to start with my presentation. So the topic, as it suggests, is facial detection and recognition using Python. So the abstract of project, if it's visible, just move. So the abstract of our project was like during the situations of pandemic, we faced many difficulties during the online sessions, as everyone was shifting towards the online sessions, and there was lots of meets and all the attendance and individuals having the presentations online, and the working load, all the working class started doing their work online. So it was all about the getting the people availability or the people joining the things, the meets online. So according to our presentation, we created an application which was about taking the attendance thing, which is having the people online, moving from that traditional method to the smart method that was getting the identification through their facial recognition. So it was nothing but a website which was simply helpful from login information, getting the information for the face, and getting them registered. This website was basically made with Python, HTML, and DMS. This website, this website also gave the facilities about the attendance systems, the dashboard for the teacher, another dashboard for the student, and a lot more. It is a flexible website which would be available on laptop as well as on smartphones. So introducing to our topic, the advancement in technology is continuously happening in this world. And after the COVID pandemic, we were sitting at our homes doing our work online, and everything was switched to the online mode. So the new technologies were like needed in a really quick mode, and a lot of advancement was required and happened in these years. So from the school to the industries, from small scales to large scale, a lot of advancement happened. In this world of happenings, we also as students, we also did an kind of research and also development with the coding technology, that was facial recognition system using Python. This our group created a project, not so hard to use, also convenient for teachers and students. That was it was, and the purpose of the project was to make the process of attendance or the presentation easy in online mode. So the facial recognition technique is not a new or technical technology which is in the world. It is the technology related to take face position, face identity recognition, and image processing. So we get the result as we expect. Here's a methodology we used for the facial recognition of the project. So firstly, the image was captured using face detection and the camera of the device. It was a little difficult for getting the correlation between the device and the device camera as first. So the data was pre-filtered after creation of data set. Then the data was trained as a database was created, and accordingly the facial recognition of face happened, and both the process worked simultaneously, and the feature extraction took place on the both sides. After which the classification of the project of the facial face happened, and the name of the person is recognized, updating it with the database to the database of attendance system. Here we started with creating a data set of the facial picture, which the starting was taking the name information of basic information of the student or the individual, and after that taking the emails respective faces, which was the most important one. All these things happened with the help of her cassette classifier with OpenCV. And it was done with the help of webcams to record the image of the student, which was view of facial feature and crop face or equal face images. After which we took training. We trained the data accordingly. The image was converted into a local binary pattern histogram in the face recognition system, which was done for the understanding of the computer itself and to generate a training set. After that, this histogram was compared with the actual photos clicked, which were the procedure of the start of the process, where we collected the data set. The histogram was created when the registration process happens. Like when we go into the registration, we did all our registration, and when the time of working happens, like when we go for the registration or like getting and doing an views. So this histogram is compared with the actual image when we are going to scan a face, and then according to which the data is compared to each other and recognize whether the student is this available student or not. And this file of information is saved in a CSV file for the process. And then while the student isn't recognized, the other students which are not recognized or someone else is sitting, the project marks the student or the individual as absent. So this is from our side. The conclusion was that this is that we added, but an easy way to achieve our technologies aspects and get solutions done with the related problems and in the future. So these are the research paper we took help for our reference purposes. And this is for all from our side. Thank you. So I'm not able to hear you.
Now you are audible. Now am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So basically, your topic is very good. But so basically, I'm asking regarding of a face detection problem. Basically, a lot of people are doing work on this particular topic, right? And a lot of calculations to be available in the market and a lot of papers. So, what is the unique concept which you used in this particular concept?
So basically, it's a website and a user-friendly website. When we see a facial recognition applications and all, there's a lot of difficulty facing the complexity of the projects. But doing this project was not from our side and from the user side. Both ways, it's an easy to access website and also easy to register, easy to use website, so that no one gets in kind of difficulty in understanding the project rather than just using them.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me a chance.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks to all for your valuable presentation. Now we move to valedictory function. Welcome all to the valedictory function. Now we will welcome Dr. Madhavendra Saxena, convener of this event, to give the valedictory speech and vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. It has been honored to be a convener of this delightful conference. On the behalf of the Roorkee Institute of Technology, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards the keynote speaker, Dr. Adrian Kilex, Ms. Chinmoy S. Deshpande, and Dr. Gopal Krishna. And also I would like to take this moment to thanks from my bottom from the heart, Sushma ji and the IFERP teams who worked so hard to make this conference successful. Otherwise, this task cannot be completed. His dedication to the work, his research-oriented goals, and the day-to-night work of his team make this moment is a successful. I really congratulate to the IFERP teams from my bottom of the heart, and the team of the RIT and all of the speakers, keynote speakers, that is to be the one of the finest conference which has to be done in a Uttarakhand region. I would like to special thank to our speaker and director, Dr. Parag Jain, who is a visionary not from the India, he's a visionary from the global. So he makes the opportunity to me and my student and give the free hand to work in a day team. And I really thanks to my student, Pankaj, Priya, and Pragati and the team who has given his day to night work without sleepless nights, make this conference successful. I really congratulate to my students who make this conference successful. At last, we all are thankful for the great motivator and innovator and a person who added billions to this group. That conclude a remarkable, memorable, and a knowledgeable event, IFERS 2002. I would like to thank the participant for this enthusiastic participation. Without you, this event would not be possible. Thank you very much again. If time is a money, then today you have spent a million of us. Thanks to all for making this international conference possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable speech.
ये प्रिया तुम अनाउंस कर लो.
Now I invite Dr. Madhavinder Saxena to announce the best paper for this sixth session. Thank you.
Now it's very difficult to say in a research what is going to be the best paper. Every paper is to be the best paper, what is to be produced. But from some protocols, it's very difficult to make some competitions. Every paper is a very good paper. But main session first, the paper Architecture Education in the Digital Age, a comparative study between the academics and practice. A.R. Komal Thakur is going to be the one of the best papers. And second session, thermal management of lithium-ion battery module with a different fan position, CFD analysis. Mr. Mohan Jagdish is the best paper in this session. First day session, main session, the paper is best paper is selected as a legal dimensions toward the role of artificial intelligence and trademark in Indian corporate sector. Dr. Kanan Devitya. In a parallel section 1B, the paper is a malicious node detection and evidence in a mobile ad hoc network. Ashok Kumar Yadav. In a session, MBA session, the paper is Global Benchmarking, the case of an Ethiopian footwear industry. Sharad Srivastava is supposed to be the one of the best paper. Parallel session, CSIT and MCA, augmented reality, and an overview. Ms. Pragati Kumari has selected as one of the best people in this session. Thank you very much from the IFERP teams and from my students.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
So thank you so much for your valuable presentation, and we are winding up the session.
Okay, thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you all to attend this conference.